Last night, Marwin Gonzalez gave the Astros their first win over Tampa Bay in 5 tries this season. Tonight, Dallas Keuchel looks to keep the momentum rolling. He shoots for his AL leading 15th win this season. It's time for Astros baseball right now on Root Sports. In Houston, Texas, Root Sports brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight it's game 3 of a 4-game series. The Astros are meeting the Tampa Bay Rays. Good evening, everybody. From Minute Maid, Bill Brown and Alan Ashby, and soon to be joined by Bart Ennis to talk about this third game of the series. And for the first time all year, the Astros beat the Rays last night in walk-off fashion. That was something special for the fans to enjoy.
Yeah, the runs were tough to come by. The Astros managed to get one in the 10th inning on a home run by Marwin Gonzalez. It was a great way to have that game walked off and to have the Astros win their first on the year against Tampa Bay.
The ball goes in the hands of Dallas Keuchel tonight. He is 11-0 at home this year with a microscopic ERA.
It's been fantastic. 13 starts at home this year. 11-0, as you say. 1.26 the ERA while pitching at Minute Maid Park. He has not allowed a single home run here all season long. And while he continues to rack up that ground ball percentage, the ratio over the course of the year, he also strikes out 9.5 hitters per 9 innings while pitching at Minute Maid Park. Just some terrific numbers all around for Dallas Keuchel.
The Tampa Bay Rays are right in the thick of the wild card race. They have their ace starting tomorrow night, Chris Archer. They go with Nate Carnes tonight, the Texas Tech right-hander, Ash.
Nate Carnes, a guy who has pitched pretty well on the road in particular this year, where he is 3-1, 3.21 the ERA, pitching away from St. Pete, which, by the way, is a nice pitcher's ballpark, and I think these pitchers for the Rays do benefit from pitching those games at home. But this ballpark, Minute Maid Park, has done well for the pitchers this year, certainly for the Astros guys.
Astros hoping to pick up the pace offensively against that Rays pitching staff. So it could be an excellent pitching matchup tonight, but coming up next, we'll talk some hitting with a man who has made his way onto the playing field the old-fashioned way. He earned it. Bart Ennis joins us when we get back.
this third game of this series. The Astros looking for that good feeling they had earlier in the year where they were playing good, consistent baseball night after night, and no better way to find that than to come back home after a tough road trip and play some games right here at Minute Maid Park, where they are 41-20 on the year and looking to pad that total tonight, obviously, against the Rays. Fans are also hoping to see the Astros maybe take an early lead, and we don't have to go into extra innings like they did last night before Marwin Gonzalez won the game for them. And Gonzalez is a guy who has been the super sub for this team. He's played a variety of positions. Last night, he got his first start of the season in left field. He had taken some fly balls in pregame practice. He played a little outfield in spring training. But last night, they penciled him in the starting lineup in left field, and he responded, made every play in the outfield. And, of course, as a switch hitter, he comes up and goes 3 for 4, including this walk-off home run off of their closer, Brett Boxberger, who was having a decent year with 29 saves, but he has been giving up a few of them since the All-Star break like he did to Marwin last night. A.J. Hinch told us in our Geico quote of the game that Marwin's defensive versatility has helped his offensive game.
I think with Marwin, obviously Jed going down early in the season, he got a lot of time at shortstop. Altuve went down with the hamstring, got a little bit of time at second. And what that did is it allowed him to compile quite a few at-bats, maybe a touch more than your norm for a utility role player. And he gets to play tomorrow. So I'm not sure what position, but he'll get to play tomorrow. So that's a good back-to-back for him. I think he's earned it.
Yes, he will absolutely be back in the lineup tonight, hitting second and playing left field, and hopefully leading the Astros to yet another win. We'll find out shortly. We'll have starting lineups and first pitch for you when Astros baseball on Root Sports continues in just a moment.
Astros baseball on Root Sports is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. By Whataburger. If you love sweet and spicy, you'll love Whataburger's brand new sweet and spicy bacon burger, here for a limited time. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Keuchel's corner is busy. Their main man, Dallas Keuchel, has just taken the field, along with his Astros teammates. The Astros 41-20 in this ballpark this season. They've won 17 of their last 21 games. Keuchel 11-0 here with a 1.26 ERA, the best home ERA in Major League Baseball. Getting back to last year, he's won 12 straight in this ballpark. Another win tonight gives him a share of the club record with Danny Darwin, and those are his other accomplishments from this season, Ash.
Phenomenal stuff when you look at what Dallas Keuchel has done throughout the season. The month of July, the only month that even challenged him, it would seem statistically, but riding the ship in August, that .213 opponents, batting average against third best in the American League, and he's among the best in numerous categories. Against Tampa Bay, who he faces tonight, 4 starts, and he's 0-3 lifetime, so a little hard to figure out right there. 5.40 that ERA.
Here's the starting lineup for Kevin Cash's Tampa Bay Rays, who are 1 game under 500, but 3.5 or 3 out in the wild card race now. Leading it off at center fielder Brandon Guyer with Desmond Jennings in left field. Evan Longoria bats third and plays third base with Logan Forsythe, the cleanup man, and second baseman. The DH is Asdrubal Cabrera with shortstop Tim Beckham following. Then it's Houstonian James Loney at first base. Daniel Nava in right field. Kurt Casale the catcher, and the pitcher is Nate Barnes. Derek Shelton, the hitting coach there, on the bench for Tampa Bay. And his club has really hit well in the month of August while going 8-7. The Rays were swept in Texas before coming here. They're 1-4 on this road trip. They start with Guyer, a .258 hitter. And he looks at ball 1. Guyer's on a 6-game hitting streak. He has 5 homers, 23 runs batted in. He was 1 for 3 Monday night. Keuchel has never beaten Tampa Bay. 0-3 lifetime with a 5.40 ERA in 4 starts, and he's behind 2-0. Guyer has reached base in 10 games in a row. That's in for a strike. Rob Drake is the home plate umpire. It's a 2-1 count.
And now look at the strike zone, brought to you by M.D. Anderson. As you see, that pitch is not one that Dallas Keuchel wants to be forced to live with tonight.
That one's fouled off the wall, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Keuchel trying to become the first American League pitcher to win 15 games. Has the second best ERA in the league right now. That's ball 3, and it's a full count on Guyer. Guyer is hitting .248 against lefties with 4 home runs against southpaws. He ropes one to left field, headed for the corner. Extra bases for Guyer. Picked up by Marwin Gonzalez deep in the corner. It's a leadoff double, 13th of the year for Guyer, who now has a 7-game hitting streak.
Keuchel immediately fell behind and then started leaving some pitches in areas that he generally will not pitch to. But it's going to come down to that command, as always with Dallas, and that pitch finding a good chunk of the plate. And we can take a look with this at the Super Bowl replay, brought to you by Mattress Firm.
Now the first Sacra Valbuena comes into the edge of the grass. Desmond Jennings, the batter. Looking at strike 1. He's on a 6-game hitting streak. .256 for Jennings. No homers. 3 runs batted in. He missed 96 games on the disabled list with arthroscopic surgery on his left knee June 10th. Showing bunt. He takes inside, and it's 1-1 on Jennings. Jennings was a 10th round draft choice in 06 by the Rays. He's 1 for 6 against Keuchel. Longoria on deck. In for a strike, and it's 1-2.
There's an inside corner that Dallas is going to need throughout the evening. Spots it nicely right there on that down and in edge.
Correa dances behind the runner. Pitch in the dirt, blocked by Conger. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Rays fired out in front of the Astros Monday night with 4 in the first on their way to a 9-2 win. Last night the Astros took it in 10 innings, 3-2. Tampa Bay now 4-1 against Houston this year, and the Rays have won the last 7 series from the Astros. Tap foul. Hard throwing right-hander, and Also a finesse guy too with that changeup. Chris Archer will go tomorrow night at 7:10 for the Rays. He's a 10-game winner with a 2.93 ERA. Colin McHugh, who's 13-6, will be on the mound for the Astros. That's a close one. Ball 3.
That's a good looking pitch. And if Dallas is not going to get that pitch right there around the bottom of the knees, could set up to be a tough night. Good looking pitch.
In the dirt for a walk. And runners are at first and second with nobody out for Longoria now.
Defensively for the Astros this evening, behind Dallas Keuchel. Outfield left to right, Marwin Gonzalez, Jake Marisnick, and Preston Tucker. Left side of the infield, Jed Lowry, Carlos Correa. On the right, Jose Altuve and Luis Valbuena. Behind the plate, Hank Conger.
Evan Longoria has had a big series, going 5 for 10 with an RBI. And he's a .375 career hitter here at Minute Maid Park with 18 runs batted in 13 games. There's strike one to Longoria. He's driven in 55 this season with 13 homers and a .279 batting average. Longoria takes it 1-1, and he has really excelled in these situations. 9 for 17 with runners in scoring position since July 31st. Outside for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Keuchel beat Detroit 5-1 last Friday, his last time out. 2-2 to Longoria. Dallas in that game gave up 6 hits and 1 run in 7 innings. He's given up 13 earned runs in 13 starts at home this year. Tap to first. Valbuena goes to second, and Correa, safe is the call there at second base. And now the bases are loaded in this. Unless this call is overturned, the call made by Joe West. That throw was a hard one to handle for Correa. A.J. Hinch is coming out.
There must be deemed to be a bobble here. Or was it that Correa never got a foot at the bag until the slide had already gotten there?
That could have been it.
Now, there was a touch there. And if that gets reviewed, and it will, I think the Astros are going to get that out. Watch the right toe kind of come in and kick the bag just ahead of that slide into the bag by Jennings. Yeah, I think the Astros will get this out. Right there.
A lot of moving parts on that play for the umpire. Joe West, in this case, made the call. Buena threw it hard right over the bag, but the angle of the throw was the degree of difficulty for Carlos Correa. That throw coming right out of the runner, Jennings.
I do think it would be wise, though, for Correa or any shortstop to take that throw with a foot on the bag, not knowing how close it's going to be on the slide.
Right here at the outset, this is a big call.
This shouldn't take that long. You can see on this view, go ahead and touch the bag right away, but that kick is made well ahead in terms of slow motion before that slide.
Home plate umpire Rob Drake is on your left there. Joe West looking away from the camera with his back to you. And the call is out. The call is overturned. Jennings was ruled to have been out on a 3-6 force play for out number 1.
Obviously a much needed out, and one that also sets up a possibility for a double play.
Longoria reaches on the fielder's choice play. Now Kevin Cash, the Tampa Bay skipper, is out for clarification. It took 1 minute and 30 seconds. And it's Logan Forsythe batting. Forsythe has put together a good year with 51 runs batted in. That's strike one to him from Keuchel. With a .280 average, Forsythe has drilled 13 homers this season. He's 3 for 7 in this series.
Yeah, we start getting a call at the knees.
Foul back 0-2. That backdoor breaking pitch to right-handed batters was something Keuchel used effectively last time out against Detroit.
In that game, he had some troubles early on using the fastball and change to get strikes, and he turned to that pitch, and it was effective.
Forsythe is 4 for 10 against the bearded wonder. It's 1-2. It's always a special night when Keuchel's on the mound at home, and the fans have responded by showing up in Keuchel's corner in big numbers this year. In the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cabrera's on deck. The Rays are 14th in runs scored in the American League. Against the Astros, they've scored 21 runs in 6 games, but that's been enough to win all but one of them. Now it's 3-2.
This would not be a disastrous walk. This is one you want to keep nibbling with, and if you walk him, you still have the double play scenario.
23 pitches. 3 of the 4 batters have worked the count full. And that is a foul tip strikeout. 2 down.
But the better option is get that out with the strikeout, and now you don't need the double play to get out of the inning. Good little slider down and in.
Switch hitting as Drupal Cabrera steps up. He's the DH tonight. He's a .350 career hitter against the Astros. 3 for 9 with a homer against Keuchel. Ball 1 to Cabrera. .466 here in August. That leads the majors. He's had 10 multi-hit games in his last 14. Fouls that one, and it's 1-1. Now the way baseball goes, if you told a lot of pitchers about those recent numbers for Cabrera, they probably would say, well, then it's a good time to face him. He's due for a little downturn here.
That's taking the positive approach.
Yep. Cabrera pops it up. Valbuena in foul territory, and Keuchel gets out of a jam thanks to the overturn of the call at second base. A.J. Hinch gets the assist in a scoreless first. Southwest Airlines. Jose Altuve is sizzling. He's the leadoff man and second baseman. It's Marwin Gonzalez providing the game winner in the 10th last night. Batting second again, playing left field again. At shortstop, Carlos Correa bats third. It's Jed Lowry at third base. Preston Tucker in right field tonight. Evan Gattis the DH. Luis Valbuena at first base. Hank Conger catching tonight. And in center field tonight, Jake Marisnick batting ninth.
On the mound for Tampa Bay, right-hander, 27 years of age, Nate Barnes. 24th start of the year. He's got some good numbers. He's done well for Tampa Bay last time out at Texas as the Rays were getting swept. No decision, 4 2/3 innings, just a couple of Ernies against him. He's been really good on the road this year, and the batting average against him on the road this year, just 198.
Altuve grounds to Longoria on the first pitch of the game. For Carnes anyway, and that's out number one.
Defensively for Tampa Bay, left to right in the outfield, Desmond Jennings, Brandon Guyer, and Daniel Nava on the left side of the infield. Evan Longoria and Tim Beckham is at shortstop. Right side, Logan Forsythe and James Loney. Kurt Casale behind the plate.
Marwin Gonzalez, of course, rates the start again tonight in left field after winning the game last night. That was his first walk-off career home run. Solo blast in the 10th, and he had 3 hits in the game. 274 for Marwin with 8 homers. He's driven in 27. Strike one to Marwin. He became the first Astros player with 3 hits and an extra inning homer in a game since Miguel Tejada in 2009. Marwin's had a very good homestand. 7 for 13 with 5 runs batted in. Showing bunt there and taking a ball. It's 1-1. In Marwin's last 47 games since June 14th, he leads the Astros in batting average at .345, on base percentage at .406, and slugging percentage at .578. So why wouldn't he be in the lineup? Barnes changing speeds, gets a 1-2 count now.
Watch the effect of the changeup. Arm speed, Marwin swings at arm speed. Baseball's simply not there yet.
Carnes was born in Franklin, PA. As you saw, he went to high school in Arlington, Texas, and then Texas Tech. 12th round pick of Washington in 2009. Tampa Bay got him in a trade a year ago. Popped up. Longoria. 2 outs.
Kids tickets are free for the Rays versus Astros. That's the game tomorrow. Bring your family to Minute Maid Park and get up to 2 free kids tickets with the purchase of 1 adult ticket in select seats. For more information, visit astros.com/kids free, or you can call 1-877-9-ASTROS.
7:10 start tomorrow night for Colin McHugh and Chris Archer. Carlos Correa is on a 4-game hitting streak. The shift is on for him. Forsythe behind second base. Ball 1 on the outside pitch. 285 for Correa. 14 homers, 39 runs batted in for Carlos. It's 2-0 for Correa, who's been walking quite frequently on this homestand. He leads all American League rookies in slugging and OPS, and he's second in runs batted in. Jed Lowry on deck. Rip to left field. That's going to get in the seats for Carlos Correa. 1-0 Houston on number 15 for Correa. A line shot to left, giving him 40 runs batted in.
Big time player. Got a 2-0 count and did with the fastball what you want to be able to do. In recent times, he's been taking a lot of early strikes. Not so in his last at bat last night, a key run producing double, and not so right here. Well, you get that pitch inner third on a 2-0 when you can light it up and go ahead and flip the switch.
Jed Lowry bats. And that's ball one. That's the 17th homer allowed by Carnes in 131 innings.
I don't even think he got all of this one, but he's big and strong. Plenty of strength.
Lowry takes a high pitch. 2-0 to Jed. 259, 5 homers, 17 runs batted in for Jed. Since he came back from the disabled list, he has 11 hits and 52 at bats with a homer and 7 runs batted in. 3 balls, no strikes. Not the results he got back in that furious start in the month of April. Correa making it 1-0. And well, what he's done is rare. He's the only shortstop in the last century to have 15 homers in his first 62 major league games. Three balls and a strike. Lowry, though, has given this club a lot of good at bats, and lately settling into that cleanup spot. He really makes the pitcher work. That time he helped Carnes, and it's 3-2. Carnes seems to have pretty good movement on his fastball. 17 of his 23 starts have yielded only 2 runs or less against Carnes. Lowry puts that one in the air, foul. A Wednesday night, dollar hot dogs, one of the attractions. Of course, Dallas Keuchel pitching at home, a major attraction. Keuchel's corner, and just growing interest in what's going on with the Houston Astros, who begin the day with a 2.5 game lead over the Angels. The Rangers won earlier today, 7-2 over Seattle. Pulled off the glove of Loney, and that will be an infield hit for Lowry. He hit it hard. Loney went into a slide, got his mitt on it, but then the ball trickled away and in the wrong direction for Forsythe.
By the way, just a reminder, get here early to watch these games. Don't miss those early Correa dingers.
That's true.
Yeah, this ball was scorched pretty good. Looks easy in slow motion and in these seats, but not so much from that seat.
True. A hit for Lowry. He's aboard for Tucker. Preston with 12 homers, 30 runs batted in his rookie season. 1 for 4 in this series. Soft pop. Casale, the catcher, comes over. And the Astros get a run on 2 hits. Correa going deep for the 15th time. Home run number 164 for the league leading Astros. They are in front 1-0.
Our Inside the Box score brought to you by Jack in the Box. As you look around the American League win leaders, Dallas Keuchel right there, tied with the King, 14 wins, top of the list. And he got some other good pitchers in there, including Colin McHugh. Guys at 13, Dallas Keuchel trying to pick up number 15 tonight to jump right back on top.
1-0 Astros. Tim Beckham takes ball one, leading it off here in the second inning. Beckham at shortstop tonight. At 227, has 6 homers, 25 runs batted in. Just hitting 125 this month, but he hit a big home run in that 4-run first Monday night off lefty Scott Kazmir when he was playing second base, a 3-run shot. 1 ball, 1 strike to Beckham, who's 25 years old, from Griffin, Georgia. First pick overall in the 08 draft. Grounded, and Altuve's positioned perfectly to turn it into an out. That ball hit squarely.
And again, a pitch that wasn't where Dallas would want it. You'll see this pitch up in the zone and getting a good chunk of the plate again. And like Brownie says, just well-placed defense.
Houston native from Elkins High School, James Loney, has been on the disabled list twice this year. That's cost him some numbers. 266, 4 homers, 23 runs batted in. Bounces this one. Valbuena's there, down on a knees. He reached back to his left. 2 outs.
I think this ground ball might have hit right at the end of the grass, start of the dirt, and possibly in that rounded cutout, kicked the ball back to the left, the glove side of Valbuena.
Could have hit a fruity pebble down there.
It's very possible. Who leaves those behind, by the way?
Nobody. Daniel Nava's the batter. Keuchel, of course, a ground ball specialist. He's the best around in the majors at inducing ground balls. Nava at 176 has no homers, 7 runs batted in. Infielders come to play behind Dallas. There's ball one. That includes himself. He has 43 assists, by far the leader among major league pitchers, and he won a Gold Glove last year. Nava rolls one out to Correa. Well, Dallas right back on track with 3 ground ball outs in the second inning and a 1-0 Houston lead. One nothing on the Carlos Correa first inning line drive homer to left field. The Astros come up against Nate Carnes here in the bottom of the second inning. Gaddis, Valbuena, and Conger to hit. As the folks in Keuchel's corner look on from that angle down the left field line. They could be seeing a piece of history tonight if Keuchel wins this one. He will tie that club record we mentioned earlier, set by Danny Darwin back in '89 and '90 for consecutive home wins for the Houston Astros. Evan Gattis at 236 has 18 homers, 61 runs batted in, also 15 doubles and 9 triples for Gattis. There's strike one for Nathan Carnes.
Last time I saw Dr. Death, he might be ready to come back and try to retake that lead for the Astros all time.
He looked good.
Oh, he did. It's been a year and a half ago or so, but
he lives up in the Dallas area, somewhere around there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Carnes went to James Martin High School in Arlington, about 15 miles southwest of Globe Life Park there. He was first team All-District twice, played linebacker in football. His freshman year he was at North Carolina State, but then he transferred to Texas Tech. And as Ash mentioned, his last start was also in the state of Texas, getting a no decision in the game 5 days ago, giving up 2 runs in 4 2/3 innings. He threw 81 pitches, and that wound up a 5-3 Tampa Bay loss. He drops in a hook. Gattis takes it for a strike.
Got a good looking yacker. Watch this one. It freezes Gattis. That body starts to jump toward a fastball that looks like it's going to be up.
At strike 3 call. Gattis is caught looking. 1 out. First strikeout for Carnes.
I don't think he has sized up that curveball very well to this point. This wasn't caught as smoothly as you possibly could, but still in a great slot.
Carnes has not had a whole lot of run support this season. 7th lowest in the American League, 3.74 runs per 9 innings. Luis Valbuena bats, taking a strike. With 21 homers, he leads the club. He's driven in 43 while hitting .210. And a good batting average this month for Luis. This is his 11th start this year at first base, making the switch across the diamond. It's 1-1. Valbuena 0 for 5 in this series. There's a look right down on home plate from behind and above. Great pitch.
He has shown now a couple of those changeups that have been quite effective.
His curveball has been tough to hit. A 184 batting average against that pitch, and he throws it about 30% of the time this year. Ground ball, Longoria to his right. 2 outs, Bart.
Thank you, Bill. Hey, fans, Thursday night is Young Professionals Night at every Astros home game. Connect with other young professionals from around Houston while enjoying an extended happy hour in the Bud Patio from 5 to 6:30 p.m. tomorrow, August 20th. For more information, go to astros.com/youngprofessionals or call 1-877-9-ASTROS. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Bart. 2 outs. Here's Hank Conger. Conger has great numbers when facing right-handed pitching. The switch hitter's hitting .323 from this side of the plate with an OPS of 1,090. He looks at a strike. Jake Marisnick is on deck. Jason Castro caught the first couple of games of the series. It's 0-2 to Conger.
Catcher setting up in, gets the pitch away, still gets the call, and should. It was right there.
Conger fouls it. So Conger, with those numbers against right-handed pitchers, leads all American League hitters in OPS and slugging.
in my early estimation, he's facing a tough assortment of pitches. This is good-looking stuff from Carnes.
Carnes has won 7 and lost 5. He gets a swing and a miss. Conger will head for first. Casale will throw to first and make it a 1-2-3 second inning. 1-0 Houston. Dodgers with their rotation, you know what it is?
You tell me.
Brett Anderson Friday night, Zach Greinke, Clayton Kershaw.
That's going to be fun.
Interesting weekend.
That's going to be fun.
You know what the hitting coach said, Dave Hudgens, to his hitters?
What's that?
Guys, it's going to be like that in the playoffs.
Exactly.
Top caliber pitching.
Absolutely. It'll be a good first shot at it for sure. Greinke on Saturday. That's going to make for an exciting Saturday just altogether then.
Won't it though? And Scott Kazmir pitching for Houston that day. And then Lance McCullers Jr. comes back into the rotation Sunday. That was just announced. So we know those things about the baseball part of it. What about the promotional part of it?
The promotional part of it sees a great weekend for us again. We'll start tomorrow night. We do have our regularly scheduled Friday night fireworks presented by Marathon Oil Corporation. We've got a Beatle-themed fireworks show tomorrow night. But the big story is Saturday. We're so excited to have Craig Biggio out for a special pregame ceremony where we're able to honor him after he's come back and kind of settled down a little bit after Cooperstown, and he will address the crowd for the first time since then here in Houston. So we're thrilled to have him out. We've got a very special program scheduled. We've got Jerry Hunsicker, who will be speaking, Art Howe will be speaking, Richard Justice, and Connor Biggio will speak at that ceremony as well. And of course, you have a big part of it.
Well, that's fun. And let's see now. I saw the release today. 5:15. It starts at 5:15.
5:15. We encourage everyone to be in their seats between 5 and 5:15. The ceremony will kick off right around 5:25, and it'll roll through to the anthem at 6:02. So it's a pretty lengthy ceremony. We've got those speakers, as I mentioned. We've got a great tribute video that'll recap the Cooperstown weekend and Craig's career. So a lot of great stuff going on pregame that day. It'll be the first time we're going to build a stage on the field. We'll have the plaque, the one and only plaque, actually flying in from Cooperstown. It'll get here on Friday, so it'll be on hand on the field, and we'll have a special opportunity for our fans to view it, take their photos with it as well after the pregame ceremony is over.
So shot on by Lowry, went under his glove, it appeared, hit by Brandon Geyer sharply into left field. So people have been asking, where will this plaque be? Where can we go and get our photos taken?
As soon as the pregame ceremony is over, the plaque will move into the Union Station lobby. So there will be two different sort of lines that you can get into. One, if you just want to go in and view the plaque, just see it. We'll have a beautiful backdrop behind it that was at Cooperstown as well. And there will be another line if you do want to get your photo, your posed photo with the picture, with the plaque. And then in order to do that, it's a $7 donation. 7 for obvious reasons, and that donation is going to be split 50-50 between the Baseball Hall of Fame and the Sunshine Kids Foundation, which everyone knows is near and dear to Craig's heart.
Yes, it is. That was a single, by the way, by Geyer. It's Jennings bats now. So a lot going on Saturday, and a good reason to be here early. And, of course, the T-shirts also. That's another reason, because they go out to the first 10,000 people.
Absolutely. 10,000 Craig Biggio Hall of Fame T-shirts will be given away, presented by Coca-Cola. And our gates are opening early again on Saturday. We are anticipating large crowds, so make sure that you get here in plenty of time to get that shirt and get in your seat for the ceremony.
Marwin Gonzalez waiting in left field. And that's out number 2.
A couple of other notable things going on in honor of Biggio on Saturday night. We will have select $7 food items. Our partners at Aramark will have some $7 items on the main concourse at section 126, section 226 on the Mazda Club level, and 309 in the upper deck. So make sure that you go by and get those. And I think we have a list of those on the website as well. And then also, we'll have a special Saturday night edition fireworks show. Really, really special. We'll be incorporating our video board with some video highlights. The music is going to be just a tribute to his great career, champion, heroes celebration. So we're really excited about that too. We've been chatting with our pyro guys a ton this week, and that show is going to be something to see.
Popped up. Longoria puts it in the air. Here's Valbuena, and Conger's underneath. And Christy, great big weekend coming. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
1-0 Astros.
For the Toyota drive to the playoffs. Take our nightly look at what's going on around the American League. And of course the Astros in the West, you see. 65-55, 10 games over, 2.5 in front of the Angels, and 3.5 in front of those hard-charging Texas Rangers. Kansas City winning by a landslide. New York and Toronto. They're going to go back and forth. Baltimore trying to make some noise, but falls back to 5.5. The wild card. Jays, Angels, Orioles, Rangers. Rays still in that race. So these games are big for Tampa Bay, despite the fact they're a game under 500.
They are very big. And they're on a long road trip. They go to Oakland next. They're 1-4 on this trip. Nathan Carnes, trailing 1-0, faces number 9 hitter Jake Marisnick in center field tonight. Carlos Gomez was ill after last night's game and could have played, but the skipper A.J. Hinch heard his cough after the game and thought it better to give him a night off. There's strike one. Marisnick at 227 has 5 homers, 21 runs batted in. So Carlos just resting for this one game. That's the plan. Bunted, and it's pushed over by the Astros dugout. No balls, 2 strikes. Phil Garner in one of the sessions last Saturday over at Union Station complimented A.J. Hinch on his use of the roster. He was asked by one of the season ticket holders about his preference, managing in which league, and he said National League would be his preference, but he said AJ has done as good a job of anybody in the American League at using his whole roster. Strikeout number 3 for Carnes. We go to Bart Ennis.
Thank you, Bill. Fans, create memories, have fun, and enjoy a premium experience with an Astros luxury suite at Minute Maid Park. Call the Astros premium ticket line at 1-877-9-ASTROS and reserve your luxury suite today. That is a great way to watch a game, guys.
Yeah, it is.
Not as great as the setup you guys have up there.
Well, that's true.
You know, there aren't any gummy bears or anything.
No, but still, look at the time they're having. Jose Altuve is the batter. 5 straight retired now by Carnes after the single by Lowry. Altuve rips a line drive to left field. Bangs it off the wall. He's headed for second base. And in with a double. 6-game hitting streak for Altuve. 22nd double of the year. His previous 26 hits had all been singles.
Brownie, I'm starting to think that Jose Altuve, with a little continuance the way he is swinging the bat right now over the past week, could find his way into that batting race again in the American League.
Well, he certainly could. He started the night at 307, ranking 8th in the league, and now it's Gonzalez. Gonzalez popped to second. And we looked at the league leaders before the game. Of course, it does not include the big elephant in the room, Miguel Cabrera, who figures to be a strong contender to get another batting title, but he doesn't have enough plate appearances to qualify for the league leaders right now. Not that we're calling him a big elephant.
I was going to say, watch yourself when you see the Tigers again.
Fortunately, that won't be happening this year. And the unfortunate thing is that elephants have great memories. So there's ball 1 to Margot rather, and Jason Kipnis is the current leader, 325. Prince Fielder's second at 324. So where Altuve is 307, that is achievable to get into that neighborhood.
He is 9th in the league, and there are some guys he could jump by rather quickly.
And for a strike, that makes it 1-1.
It's a good-looking curveball.
Altuve's 4th in hits. He now has 142, but you speak to what we've been seeing, and folks who have been watching on a nightly basis have seen a lot of laser shots coming out of the batter's box when number 27 hits it.
And not just to left. He's been hitting the game winner to center. He's had a line shot to right field in the last few ball games. Really spraying it around nicely.
Fouled away. A.J. Hinch in his media session was talking about Marwin and the fact that because of the injury to Judd Lowry at the end of April, Marwin got in a lot of playing time at shortstop along with Jonathan VR, and then moved around the field to play other positions. So he's had steadier at bats than a lot of guys who were not necessarily in opening day starting lineups this year.
He's quickly back on Altuve. Over the last 7 days coming into play tonight, hitting .458. Over the last 14, .417. And over the last 28 days, .340. So even though there was a period of time there where I still didn't feel like he was swinging the bat the way he did last year, he's been bringing that average along.
Carlos Correa's on deck. And a strikeout for Carnes. Gets him out number 2. That's his 4th punch out.
Just the changeup to get it. And for me, that's a swing and a miss pitch as well. A lot of drift, that fade to the arm side on that pitch as well.
Now Carlos Correa, who leads all American League shortstops in homers, despite playing just 61 games and a few innings of this one. He ripped that long ball in the first inning. His OPS is .888. That leads all major league shortstops in the dirt, and it's ball 1. In that Ranger win today, 7-2 over Seattle, Derek Holland returned to the rotation and pitched well to get the win. In 6 1/3 innings, he allowed 2 earned runs, beating Mike Montgomery of Seattle. Mitch Moreland hit his 18th homer. Mike Napoli chimed in with his 14th, and Elvis Andrus collected his 6th. So the Rangers are 61 and 58 now. Correa fouls that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, the way things have turned for that Texas club, not only the acquisition of Cole Hamels, and now they made another acquisition last night, Will Venable, in a deal with San Diego. And the other guys who had been slumping, Moreland one of those, have been really turning things around. So they're a much better offensive club than they were before they got Hamels. Grounded foul, 1-2. It should be quite a race here in September in the AL West.
There's that changeup again, as Correa was out in front and dropped to a knee just to try to make contact.
The Angels play later tonight at home against the White Sox. The Angels 2.5 behind the Astros. If the Angels were to lose that game, they would be even with Texas in the loss column. Correa puts it in the air. Loney over for it. In the 3rd inning, it's no runs a hit and a man stranded. 1-0 Houston.
Time for Name That Astro, brought to you by your local Honda dealer. Let's see what we have for you tonight. Returned to the Astros in 2012. That means, okay. Once ejected by Gary Darling. Is that all we have?
That's it?
Just 2. Okay.
All right. Logan Forsythe fouls it. There's strike 1. Nobody will get that.
Let me see that again. I want to see that silhouette.
Okay. Return to the Astros. 2012.
Oh, they're not going to give the silhouette to us.
Forsythe struck out first time up. And that was a key in that first inning. The Rays were threatening Dallas Keuchel.
Oh, my goodness. Wait a minute now. Should we know who that is? Returned in 2012 and was the only player ever ejected by Gary Darling.
Yeah, we should. 2 balls and a strike for Keuchel. Cabrera and Beckham to follow Forsythe here in the 4th inning.
Methinks you know who it is.
Nope. 2-2. Our record on these is rather woeful, isn't it, Ash?
Yeah. Even if I ever knew, I'm not going to let anybody know that I know.
Mets 3, Orioles 3, bottom of the 6th in Baltimore. That Baltimore club positioned well for postseason. Foul away. Wild card is providing a lot of teams in the race. 2 wild cards. The Rays are just 3 games out of the wild card lead. They're tied for 5th in that tightly bunched group. That's hit hard past Lowry, and Forsythe is aboard. Marwin gets it back in on a leadoff single by Logan Forsythe.
It's a nice peek at that Gold Glove for Dallas Keuchel, by the way. Can't tell from that angle how close Lowry got to this line drive.
No. He gave it effort, but the ball was hit well. Cabrera fouled out to first in that first inning. Phillies lead the Blue Jays 7-2. They're in the top of the 8th in Philadelphia. Edwin Encarnacion hit his 23rd home run. But the Phillies have 3 long balls. That's fouled away. Off Mark Burley. Burley leaving after 4 innings. He was tagged for 4 earned runs. Morgan started for the Phillies. He went 7 innings, allowing 2 runs. And the Phillies evidently have made that trade with the Dodgers. Chase Utley going to the Dodgers, and he will be here this weekend, probably playing second base. Howie Kendrick is on the disabled list, expected to miss about 2 more weeks. And according to some of the stories about the deal today, the Dodgers want to free up Kike Hernandez, who's been playing a fair amount of second base, to work some in center field along with Jock Peterson.
The Kike Hernandez.
The Kike Hernandez.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he played pretty well here wherever he played.
He did. Two balls and a strike for Keuchel. Keuchel has 19 quality starts out of his 24. Tops in the American League in quality starts. He's gone at least 6 innings in 35 consecutive outings. That's a club record. Correa to his left with a flip. Altuve on to Valbuena. Man. 6-4-3.
Sweeter than the roses in May right there. Just as easy as can be for Correa after he goes to his left, the little backhand flip, and sets it up in perfect fashion for Altuve. That's poetry, folks.
Another double play behind Keuchel. Tim Beckham follows. He grounded out to second earlier. Marisnick just moved over toward left center about 8 steps. There's strike 1. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Difficult stretch of games coming up for the Astros. Tomorrow night they face Chris Archer, a fine young right-hander, and then Greinke Saturday night, Kershaw Sunday, then on the road to Yankee Stadium for 3. 2 balls and a strike. Yankees today had Nate Eovaldi on the mound, the young right-hander from Alvin. They won it 4-3 over the Minnesota Twins. He was perfect through 5, just really throwing well. And then they had to regroup and win it, but he's 13-2 now. So they'll be facing him.
And I feel like watching Dallas Keuchel, he's a believer that there are some pitches he's thrown that could have been called strikes tonight.
First inning, it looked like there were some questionable ones. Fly ball to center field. Marisnick. In the 4th, no runs a hit and nobody left. It's 1-0 Houston. Andrews, Crawford boxes for that run in the first inning. Now it'll be Lowry, Tucker, and Gaddis batting for Houston. Keuchel's Corner well populated on this Wednesday night. Dollar hot dogs, a lot going on around Minute Maid Park, and pennant races. Both these teams involved. The Astros with a 2.5 game lead over the Angels, currently 3.5 on Texas. The Rays are 7.5 out in the AL East coming into today, and the Yankees have won, but they're in the wild card mix. Lowry fouls it. There's strike one to Jed. He reached on a hit off Loney's mitt back in the first inning. Yankees have brought up some rookies to the big leagues here the last few days. They got dividends from the young first baseman Bird today. 2 homers, 4 runs batted in. Check swing call goes Lowry's way, and it's 1-1. Off Irvin Santana of the Twins, who was the loser. Dylan Betances got his 8th save of the year for the Yankees today. So Bird driving in all 4 for the Yanks made quite an impact at first base. Mark Teixeira's down right now with a leg injury. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Jed Lowry's not the only Astros hitter unable to figure out this changeup tonight. And then you mix in that really good looking curveball, a well spotted fastball. The Astros fortunate to get that first inning run with Carlos Correa slamming one.
Isn't that the truth? 2-2. Greg Bird is the name, and we'll be seeing him starting Monday night at Yankee Stadium.
415 feet on that second dinger.
Yeah, good-looking left-handed hitter. Yankees have moved Luis Severino into their rotation. Another rookie. Foul away. This is not your grandfather's Yankees, but boy, they're looking good right now, Ash.
It is a different-looking team, and you can tell right away with the fact that the Yankees didn't make any deals at the trade deadline. Instead, as you're talking about, bringing up young players from the minor leagues, but they still have Alex Rodriguez slamming grand slams.
That one's wedged in there. Lowry on a foul tip, strikes out. That's number 5 for Carnes.
Let's take a look now at Bringing the Lumber, brought to you by Yellowwood. Preston Tucker is the subject of interest right here. 7 of his 12 home runs this year have come in his last 21 games. He's got plenty of power. There is no question about it. And we loved his stroke from the moment he came to the ball club. Taking some line shots the other way and hooking some down the right field side. Haven't seen a lot of that left field stroke in a while.
Maybe you'll see it right here. He fouled out to the catcher first time up. Strike 1 to Preston. Well, the Fresno Grizzlies won their 8th in a row. They're 75-48. Preston knows all about those guys. He played for them earlier this year. 0-2. They have the best record in the PCL. And their next series is with Round Rock. It could be a preview of the PCL championship we were reading. Tucker's down on strikes. That's 6 punch-outs for Carnes. So to update you on what's going on in the minors, Matt Duffy at 309, 17 homers, 95 runs batted in, leads the PCL in runs batted in. And this month he's been torrid. And what about Tyler White? 97 games, 333. He was a Double-A, and he's been promoted to Triple-A a while back. And he's hit 500 with 17 runs batted in 10 games this month.
Now, there's not a single Triple-A pitcher glad to see him in that league. He's hitting close to 400 now at Triple-A.
Evan Gaddis with ball 1. He struck out looking in the second inning. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Mark Appel had a rough start last night, but the Grizzlies regrouped to win one, and they are 16-1 in August. to center field. Gaddis has a hit. A 2-out single for Evan. Hit number 4 for Houston.
16-1 in August.
Yep.
Wow. Ball gets on the hands a little bit, but Evan did a nice job pulling those hands in and trying to get as much barrel to it as possible. This is no picnic for the Astros hitters against this guy.
No. Right-handed hitters have a .211 average against him. Valbuena grounded to third earlier. Longoria shifted far off the line again, as usual. There's strike one. Now the Grizzlies of Fresno won last night over New Orleans 14-12. They have just really had a lot of big-time hitters going to work this year. Mark Appel was charged with a season high 9 runs, 6 earned in 4 2/3 innings. Line shot goes foul outside the right field line. And earlier we mentioned Lance McCullers Jr. is going to be rejoining the Astros. He's been resting other than throwing bullpens, but not pitching in games since he went to Double-A Corpus Christi. That was the plan, to avoid piling up innings on McCullers so he would be fresh for the month of September, to give him a break. Well, last night he came back for the first time and pitched in a game for Corpus. 3 innings, 53 pitches, 1 unearned run. Valbuena checked his swing on the appeal. Clint Fagan with a call. Clint is from the Tomball area, by the way. There's ball 1. So McCullers goes Sunday against Clayton Kershaw at 110 here in the finale of the homestand, and he is not going to be added to the roster until probably after Saturday night's game, so a player move will be necessary by then. 2-0, and then the Astros will go with 6 starters over that stretch. So Lance, first game since joining the Hooks last night, it went well. 53 pitches, 32 strikes, walking 3, striking out 5.
Can't get him back soon enough for me.
The Astros will be welcoming that big arm back into their rotation on Sunday at 110. Talk about some arms on display that day. Kershaw and McCullers. That's a treat. 3-2 now to Valbuena.
Makes me chuckle because I can just see McCullers. He's not scared about that kind of matchup.
No.
He's the kind of personality that relishes that challenge.
Runner going, and it's a strikeout of Valbuena on the off-speed offering from Carnes, getting him strikeout number 7. 1-0 Houston after 4.
Coming up this Friday, set your DVRs for this one. Craig Biggio, Journey to Cooperstown. Our Kevin Eschenfelder sat down with Bidge to discuss his journey to the Hall of Fame. It'll air actually several times on Root. First chance to see it is Friday at 5:30. Great show. Don't miss this. Guys, back to you.
Kevin was there for the whole ceremony. Thanks, Bart. 1-0 ball game on the Correa 2-out first inning solo homer to the Landry's Crawford boxes. Dallas Keuchel had a first inning threat. Leadoff double Geyer. He walked Jennings. Then Longoria hit a grounder, and the initial ruling was safe at second, and it was overturned for out number 1. It was first and third, 1 out. He struck out Forsythe and got Cabrera. Now it's James Loney leading it off in the 5th. Loney grounded out to Valbuena on the first pitch in the second inning. Getting a lot of guesses on our Who Am I that it was Orbit. Strike one.
Who was he traded for?
Can't recall
Or
exactly.
did he leave as a free agent and then
I
come
think
back?
it was for My Favorite Martian. No balls, 2 strikes. Mets 4, Orioles 3 in Baltimore. Bottom of the 7th inning. And so it's a rare case when the Yankees fans are rooting for the Mets. Foul tip strikeout. That's number 2 for Keuchel.
We talked about before the game, Dallas and his penchant for strikeouts here at Minute Maid Park. 9.5 per 9 innings over the course of this great season.
Daniel Nava's coming up. Well, it's on Wikipedia that Orbit was ejected by Gary Darling.
Wow.
So that's why people are coming out with that answer, actually. Valbuena with a pickup, falling down, tosses to Keuchel for out number 2 on a ball that was blistered toward right field by Nava.
Thought for a moment there Valbuena was offended at that ball being hit so sharply at him.
Boy, that was nailed.
Nice stuff. Now, he's been a heck of a third baseman defensively this year, and he shows some of that right here.
Two down. He had to be quick reacting with that one because he was unable to keep his balance. But his hands pulled the play off. Kurt Casale, the batter. That's ball 1 to Casale. Casale grounded out to Keuchel in the 3rd inning. There have been 8 ground ball outs for Dallas out of the 14. In for a strike, and it's 1-1. Dallas leads all of Major League Baseball. He has 4.59 ground balls for every fly ball. To right field and caught by Tucker for a 1-2-3 5th inning. 1-0 Astros.
Dinger. Houston Methodist helps us get to know Mr. Hank Conger. Switch hitting catcher. Favorite movie, Shawshank Redemption and The Inside Man. Favorite book, the Harry Potter series. See, those go right along with the Shawshank Redemption. And heroes he most admires, his parents. Very nice.
And Conger leads it off now in the home fifth inning. He struck out in the second.
To do some analysis on somebody who likes Shawshank Redemption and Harry Potter.
That's an odd combination for you.
Seems to be.
Okay. Strike one. Oh, we told the story of Hank and his parents going back to South Korea on a trip provided by Mr. James Street, or Houston Street rather, James Street's son, closer with the Angels. Fouled away 0-2 because Hank Conger gave up the number 16 when he was with the Angels, which he's now wearing when Houston Street joined that team. Houston wanted to do something for him, wanted to send him on a vacation. He said, well, I don't need a vacation. But it later turned out that his parents were going back to South Korea, courtesy of Mr. Street.
Wow. That is magnanimous.
Yes, it is. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tigers 7, Cubs 3, top of the 4th at Wrigley Field. Daniel Norris started for Detroit, and he homered in his first major league at bat. He was obtained in that Blue Jays trade for David Price. And John Lester took a shelling, 2 2/3 innings, 7 earned runs, including 3 long balls, including the one by Norris. And Nick Castellanos has hit 2, including a grand slam off Lester. Conger looks at it, and it's now 3-2 to Hank, with Marisnick on deck. Cubs, though, are 17 over 500, looking very good for a playoff spot as of right now. Conger's down on strikes. That's 8 for Carnes.
Word is the number of changeups being thrown by Carnes tonight well above what he has thrown over the course of the season. And this pitch has looked unhittable for the Astros hitters. Left-hand hitters are the ones getting this pitch. But you can see time after time, swings not coming close.
We have him down for throwing 12% changeups this season coming into this game.
He's well above that this evening.
Jake Marisnick is the batter. He bunts. Here's Casali, unable to pick it up, and Marisnick will be credited with a bunt single on this. Catcher had to get out of that box and run several steps. Tried to barehand it, so Marisnick is on with a bunt hit.
Yeah, that speed going down the line will make you try to quicken things up. I don't know how that impacted Casali here for sure, other than that he tries to barehand only, and just never came up with the ball.
Hit number 5 for the Astros gets Altuve to the plate. Jose grounded to third and doubled to left, both times attacking the first pitch from Carnes. And with his changeup, assuming he's not going to start a hitter with that change, it's probably a pretty good approach on Carnes. Steps back. Marisnick a threat to run. He's 15 for 20 in steals. Of course, April was his big month as a hitter, so he was on base more and had more running opportunities. He's going. Pitch out. Throw is high. He's in underneath it. Stolen base number 16 for Marisnick. He beat a pitch out.
Well, he got those wheels moving very quickly. You see how he gets that nice forward lean. even if that throw had been down at the bag, I'm not sure they get Jake.
And he's one guy who knows how to slide head first. Pitch with ball one on Altuve, and now he has a man in scoring position, and he knows what to do with men in scoring position this year. Not only this year either. 346 is his average. Altuve to right center. Geyer's coming over. Marisnick tagging. Here's Geyer throwing toward third, and it's cut off. 2 outs, and Marwin Gonzalez will try to drive him in.
There's a pretty solid read by Jake Marisnick with the center fielder moving to his left, a right-hander. He was going to have to stop and throw back across, and maybe also knowing the arm strength out there. Altuve not happy about crushing that ball, but you know that Marisnick was sizing up all of the information and decided he could make it. Yeah, he's swinging it well enough right now that he feels like he should hit every ball he swings at right on the sweet spot of the bat.
He has great expectations. Marwin Gonzalez is 0 for 2, a pop to third and a strikeout. Both these clubs struggled last night with men in scoring position. Marwin to left field. Jennings with the catch. No runs a hit and a man left after 5, 1-0 Astros.
One nothing. Time for our progressive fan of the game, and tonight's progressive fan of the game actually is leading a group of guys here. Jason Washburn is the head baseball coach at College Park High School in the Woodlands, but he has been selected to lead the 15 and under U.S. team to the Pan American Games starting this weekend. First of all, congratulations on your selection to coach this team.
Thank you very much.
How did that come about?
I've been involved in USA Baseball for 6 years now, and just kind of climbing my way up, and was served as the pitching coach last year on the 15U team, and then this year was elected to be the manager. Very honored and very flattered.
Well, you should be, and you got some nice-looking players behind you here. These guys are 15 and under. That's unbelievable, Coach.
Great players, great talent, guys that you potentially could see on this field right here one day.
They make them a lot bigger now than 15 than they did when you and I were playing.
Absolutely unfair. Yeah.
So you got 20 kids here. How does the selection process work?
Well, it starts all the way back in September. Some guys will make it out of a tournament in September, and then the rest of them come from a tournament in Arizona and then another tournament in Florida. And we take the best 40 that we pick, 40 to Cary, North Carolina, go through a week-long trials process and narrow it down to 20, and that's the 20 that you see right here.
And you guys leave tomorrow?
Leave tomorrow for Aguascalientes, Mexico for the 15U Pan Am Games.
Okay. And your first game is on Friday, right?
Friday, yes, sir.
All right, well, Coach, congratulations to you and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
And to your team, guys, best of luck to you in Mexico. Jason Washburn is on.
Thanks, Bard. There is strike 2 on Desmond Jennings. No balls, 2 strikes. We wish them a great trip. First out came from Brandon Guyer, grounding out to Carlos Correa. And here's the strikeout for out number 2. Strikeout number 3 for Keuchel.
Once Dallas starts painting well, then he'll pick up some outs on pitches out of the strike zone. You just can't lay off when he gets ahead.
Longoria is the batter. He's 0 for 2. The Astros currently 10 games over 500. You see the pitches broken down by inning. After a 27-pitch first, Dallas has really settled down. Longoria takes ball 1. Dallas is trying to beat this Tampa Bay club for the first time in his career. He's 0-3 against them with a 5.40 ERA. Coming into today, the Astros, the Cubs, and the Rangers all had won 12 wins more than they did on this date last year. That was tied for the best improvement in the majors.
By the way, I feel fortunate that Longoria seemed to be taking all the way on that 1 strike in this sequence. Pitch was right in that meat area.
On the breaking pitch, it goes to 2-1 on Longoria now. Make it 2-2. The Pirates lead the Diamondbacks 4-0 there in the bottom of the 8th inning, with Jay Happ having gone the first 6. On the corner, strikeout looking. That's number 4 for Keuchel. He's retired 8 in a row and leads 1-0 in the 6th. Is presented by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By Woodlands Church, a big church makes a big difference. And by H-E-B, no store does more than my H-E-B. Tight 1-0 ball game here at Minute Maid Park. Carlos Correa has provided the only run tonight. Correa hit a line drive homer in the first inning. Then he fouled out to the first baseman in the third. Strike 1 from Nate Carnes, shooting for win number 8 of the season. Carnes was traded for catcher Jose Lobaton and a couple of other players when he came from Washington. Speaking of Washington, the Nats snapped their 6-game losing streak last night, winning big at Colorado. They're trailing right now 1-0 at the end of 3. As they try to cut down that Mets lead over them. Sharp breaking ball. 1-2 to Correa.
Yeah, this curveball and changeup, the combo makes me feel like if you get a fastball in the strike zone, you better be ready to jump on it. And Correa saw that first pitch fastball in there.
Two to Carlos. Steven Strasburg is on the mound for Washington tonight. He gave up an unearned run. Jorge De La Rosa is pitching for the Rockies. Punch to second base. Forsythe, 1 out. Now it's Lowry. Jed 1 for 2. Counting this one, 42 games remain for the Astros this season, just about at the 3/4 pole of the Major League season. 20 left at home, including this one, 22 on the road.
I think that swing on the ground out by Correa tells you an awful lot about the type of stuff these hitters are facing from Carnes. I think it's about as tough a grouping of pitches as the Astros have seen in a while, and I think they would tell you that after the game.
Yeah, they have not squared up a lot of balls. Lowry looks at one in the dirt. It's 2-0 to Jed. The Astros are 3-2 on this homestand. This is game 3 of a 4-game series. And the Dodgers are in over the weekend for 3. Then on to 2 cities, New York and Minnesota. 3 balls, no strikes. Carnes, the 3rd time through the order here, still looking strong. And generally, well, he doesn't have a complete game, and there have been many starts in which he's gone before the 6th inning. But he's only thrown 77 pitches. That's upstairs, and Lowry has drawn a 4-pitch walk. Number 1 of the 9th for Carnes.
See where this pitch is. That's the top of the strike zone, and this umpiring crew, I would have to say, here in the series has not been utilizing that as a strike, and it has appeared a number of pitches on the edges down low at the bottom of the strike zone have not been called.
You saw Jim Hickey, former Astros pitching coach during those glory years, 04, 05. Those terrific pitching staffs. Preston Tucker's 0 for 2. Hickey's done an outstanding job in Tampa Bay. There's ball 1. At Tampa Bay club reached the World Series, as you know, in 08. Scott Kazmir was on that team. He said that he sees some similarities between that Rays club and this year's Astros team. Broken bat up the middle, slowly hit. Here's Beckham throwing, and he just got him at first for out number 2. DJ Rayburn, the umpire, drawing some boos from the fans here at Minute Maid Park for that call.
These new soft Bellata balls they're using will really spin back behind the mound.
Well, that one sure did. A.J. Hinch poised on the top step, perhaps to have a review made of this.
To my naked eye, it looked like they got it. Maybe not so.
No, he is going to challenge that.
That's a nice one, yes.
Reason to challenge.
I was so enamored with the way the ball spun in the grass. Is that enough for the umpires to say we're going to overturn that call?
It's very close.
Right there.
Well, it's really close.
I don't know that the ball was in the back of the glove or not. It's about as close as they come, isn't it?
It is. Extremely difficult.
Yeah, that's one of those that I fear. In New York, they're going to say it was too close to turn the call around.
Now, the fans have seen the freeze frame of Tucker stepping on first, and then where the ball is to Loney's mitt. And they seem to be encouraged by that freeze frame up on El Grande.
it's just so hard.
See that look on AJ's face? That look says, wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are we going to get that one or not?
Well, it's hard to tell when it hits the back of the glove.
Yep. Had that call gone the other way, and you get Tampa Bay challenging the call, I'm not sure it gets turned around in that direction either.
True. Yeah, it's hard to distinguish on when that ball hits the back of the mitt.
Now, I thought the look on the face of A.J. Hinch kind of told the story in terms of what the viewpoint of the ball player is. Foot still not on the bag. Now it's on the bag, but ball's somewhere within the glove.
Right.
Is it on the back of the glove is the question.
Right. We can't tell from that angle. You're right.
And I have a feeling in New York they're just ruminating on the same thing. Where exactly is that baseball?
Yeah, even with that freeze frame, we can't tell if the baseball is at the back of the mitt or not. Kevin Cash, the skipper, awaiting this ruling by New York.
This is the view that has to tell you the most. Foot on bag, ball not in the back of the glove would be my assessment.
Okay.
Is it enough for the umpires?
Well, yeah, the mitt was starting to close around the ball, but it may not have been in the back of the mitt.
AJ, as time goes by, maybe starting to look more confident. I don't know. Wow, that's, as we look on the big board here at the stadium, just about as close as you want to make that play.
Yeah. One thing's for sure, after all these reviews this year, when we get to the final playoff teams, you know that they will have given it every shot as far as trying to get some plays overturned.
You know what you used to hear all the time? Tie goes to the runner. That for me is as close as tie goes to the runner. In other words, you're not out on the play on a tie, on a dead tie. You're not out.
Right.
So you must be safe. That's about as close as we've seen all year.
But umpires will tell you there's not a tie.
Yeah, exactly.
Safe is the ruling. It is overturned, so A.J. Hinch is 2 for 2 in this game.
Nice.
He just walked Preston Tucker a hit.
Very, very nice. Well, that means in New York they are trying to look as closely as they can.
Sure. Takes some time. Beckham drew the arm back. It took him a little while to release it, and still really close. 3 minutes 30 seconds used to determine the safe call. And now 2 men on and 1 out for Evan Gattis. Gattis singled on a 2-0 pitch in the 4th inning after being caught looking in the 2nd. That created a delay for Carnes of 3.5 minutes. And the curveball misses, ball 1.
I really applaud the umpires and the groups that have been in New York and the progress that I think they've made from the start of last year.
Right.
I thought at the early goings that they weren't making the kind of effort that I anticipated.
They've reversed a number of calls. Gattis fouls it.
With that curveball changeup combination, this fastball just is getting deep on some bats.
Tonight's crowd is larger than the first 2 nights of the series. Don't forget that promotion. An adult can buy an upper deck ticket tomorrow night and bring 2 14-year-olds or younger in for free. 2 balls and a strike. Padres beat the Braves today 3-2 in San Diego. Craig Kimbrell got his 35th save. Now Travis Solarte hit his 9th home run. Alex Colomé is warming up for Tampa Bay. Rip to third. Longoria will step on the base, throw to first, and that is a fine double play by Evan Longoria from 5-3. No runs ahead, a man left. It's 1-0 Houston through 6.
Astro brought to you by your local Honda dealer. Who is that? I want to know who that silhouette is. Return to the Astros in 2012, once ejected by Gary Darling. Brownie, who is that?
We just got a Doug Brocail guess. It is Orbit.
See, you know,
wait a minute. The silhouette didn't have the antenna.
I'm calling unfair on that one.
We're going to award everyone who guessed a correct answer tonight, based on the foul claim that's been lodged. 1-0 Astros. Logan Forsythe with strike one.
There might be mystical powers in the silhouette of Orbit. I'm not sure.
Forsythe singled in the 4th inning. He's 1 for 2. Well, the Rays have really battled the Astros this year. 1 ball, 1 strike. So tough for the Astros to score with just 10 runs in the 7 games so far. Fouled away, and it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count. The Rays have the 4th best ERA in the American League. The Astros are number 1 currently, and Keuchel has had a lot to do with that. Sonny Gray's the single leader among individuals. Kevin Cash's club has pitched well. And it's a different style, a different way to get there. The Astros starting pitchers are 4th in the league, 3.80, and they've worked 724 innings. The Rays starters are 2nd, 359, and they've worked the fewest innings. In innings per start anyway, but the Rays bullpen has piled up 392 innings of work this year. So we'll see how the final 6 weeks go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. They made another bullpen move today, and they've now made 127 roster moves this year.
Yeah, if you're going to live by the ruling that you, as a starting pitcher, only face the batting order twice through, you just have to continue to make those moves. There's no way you can have a 7 or 8 man bullpen and keep those guys together and keep running them out there like that. Can't happen.
After last night, they optioned the rookie left-hander who pitched last night, Andy Romero, and no, he pitched the night before. He went down to AAA, and Matt Andrees is here.
Like that arm, by the way.
Yeah. 3 balls, 2 strikes for Keuchel.
Logan Forsythe, by the way, is presenting some good-looking, tough at-bats.
Yes. Having an excellent year. In the air, Valbuena running out of room now. And a fan reaches over, and it's called out of play by the first base umpire, DJ Rayburn. So no fan interference on the call. The umpire could rule an out if the fielder for the Astros is set and ready to make a catch and the fan reaches over and interferes.
The drift here probably didn't help Valbuena at all, and I would agree with the ruling.
Yeah.
Had Luis gotten to the wall and maybe become physical a little bit, ensuring that he got the glove in there, I think he makes that play.
Yeah, does he reach over the wall? Maybe. And if so, that's fair game for the fans. Ground ball, diving Correa cannot prevent the single for Forsythe. He got another chance and did something with the pitch after nearly being retired on the foul pop. He's now 2 for 3, and the fans are booing that turn of events.
I think it's a really tough call to take the opportunity for a fan away to even reach for a baseball like that, even within the framework of the stands there. But another close call for Carlos Correa.
That was no Steve Bartman call.
Boy, talk about a guy that got messed with for doing what every fan was doing.
Yeah. Had to leave town.
Will not have your sword around here.
He went into the witness protection program.
The city of Chicago is not large enough for your sword.
Cabrera fouled it with the runner moving on that pitch. Really changes the complexion of this inning in a 1-0 game with Forsythe reaching on the single. Hit number 4. Foul back by Cabrera. 0-2 with the bullpen busy. The lefty Xavier Cedeno, the former Astro, warming up. Is the X-Man getting ready? So that might be the end of the night for Carnes. Astros have lefty hitting Valbuena, switch hitting Conger, and righty hitting Marisnick due up in the bottom of the inning. In the dirt, Conger blocks it out in front.
Yeah, for me, any option is a better option for the Astros right now.
He looks sharp. And Keuchel really has to pitch well to maintain this lead. Astros trailed last night, but rallied to tie it in the 8th and win it in the 10th. Foul ball. Keeps the count of 1-2 on Cabrera.
I think for the Rays to show the running game here in the 7th inning with that little quick slide step of Dallas Keuchel says that they still don't believe that Hank Conger could throw him out.
There's a shot foul. That ball hit hard. Valbuena went for it on a dive. They wound up in a good spot. Oakland beat the Dodgers today 5-2 in Oakland. Dodgers have a day off here tomorrow before opening the series Friday night. Brett Anderson against Mike Fiers. The Astros will use 6 different starting pitchers in a row and then go back to a 5-man. Foul. And A.J. Hinch was asked about that because Lance McCullers is being brought back from Double-A Corpus Christi to start Sunday to make it a 6-man rotation. But nobody's doing that badly in the rotation. Yeah. So it's really kind of unfair to take somebody out at this point.
But again, for me, if I can insert Lance McCullers in my rotation, somebody's going to have to suffer.
Exactly. Swing and a miss. Cabrera strikes out. It's number 5.
So Keuchel turns to the changeup to get the strikeout. He effectively tossed. Right there. Just doesn't get there for you.
Now here's Beckham. Tim is 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly ball. In that Dodger game, lefty Alex Wood was the loser. Dodgers have had bullpen problems this year. They've had a good closer, but it's not been easy to get to him. Strike one, so we'll find out this weekend what they bring. Certainly in Greinke, they bring one of the great pitchers in the game, and in fact, Keuchel is the first pitcher since Greinke who started the 2011 season 11-0 at home. Runner going, Conger throws, and a bounce throw, not in time. Altuve dug it out of the dirt, but Forsythe got his 8th steal in 11 tries.
Actually, one of the better throws we've seen from Hank over the course of the year, but he still has caught just one. That's hard to steal a bag on that delivery of Dallas Keuchel. See Altuve, after the initial tag try, he tries to get that glove back on there very wisely to ensure that in the event he gets Forsythe coming off the bag, you get the out.
Fly ball out toward the right center field gap. That's going to tie this game 1-1. And here's Beckham around second and legging it for third without a throw. An RBI triple by Beckham and a 1-1 game. Fans are booing. It goes back to Forsythe on the pop-up. No fan interference ruling by DJ Rayburn. Then he singled and stole second and came home on Beckham's 4th triple, his 26th run batted in.
Got a pitch away, drove it away, found that gap. And now this sets up a tough scenario for Dallas Keuchel in the infield coming in.
James Loney the batter. Chad Qualls in the bullpen for Houston. Keuchel's had 93 pitches. Loney is grounded out and struck out. In the dirt, ball 1. Daniel Nava's on deck. One ball and 1 strike to Loney.
Dallas Keuchel has chewed up left-hand hitters this year, and you can see why with that slider.
Batting average of 140. 2 balls and a strike to Loney. Loney's hitting .217 against lefties. 3-1 now.
There are some walks you don't mind giving. This wouldn't be one. I think that Keuchel has to feel like he's going to get Loney and keep it in the infield.
Loney to right field. Coming in, Tucker. Tucker with the catch. Here's the tag. Beckham coming to the plate. The throw. Conger can't make the catch, and it's 2-1 Rays. Jose Altuve is pointing over toward third base. May want to appeal the runner leaving too soon. And the Rays have the lead 2-1 on the sac fly by Loney.
Well, that ball was in the glove of Preston Tucker in time to be able to either hold the runner or get the out at the plate. But that little short hop throw to the plate made it tough on Hank Conger. And there was also 1 extra hop there for Preston Tucker.
Now the Astros will have to put the ball back in play before they make the appeal at third that Beckham left too soon before the ball was caught. So Keuchel now checking with the umpire. He's back on the mound now. He's told by the home plate umpire the ball's in play. He appeals and did not get the call that the runner left too soon. So it's 2-1 Rays. And Loney picked up his 24th run batted in on the sac fly. Nava's the batter. Nava's 0 for 2. He's grounded out both times.
See if we can, in a moment, take a peek at that play at third.
Certainly worth a try on an appeal play. Correa backhands and throws, and the stretch by Valbuena gets the out call. 2-run score on 2 hits. It's 2-1 Rays. Texas, and there will be a pitching change with Carnes coming out and Cedeno going in.
And now it's time for the AT&T call to the bullpen as we check in on what these Rays are doing. Xavier Cedeno coming in, 54th game. He has been getting a load of work. It's a career high already, 2.23 ERA. So he's been quite good, and since the All-Star break has not allowed an earned run. Left-hand hitters being thrown about. Just a couple of extra base hits against him.
Take a look back at that appeal, and we have a double shot for you of the catch by Tucker in right field and the tag at third by Beckham to score the go-ahead run here.
He's good.
Yep.
He's good. Well timed. See the extra hop there by Preston Tucker. Maybe costly. If that throw, though, is on a reasonable hop for Hank Conger to handle, easy out at the plate.
With the former Astro Cedeno coming in now, the win could go to Carnes with Tampa Bay taking the lead. Nate Carnes in 6 innings, allowed 6 hits, 1 run. He had 1 walk and struck out 8 in a very good performance. Cedeno will face Valbuena, who is 0 for 2, leading off the home 7th inning. Cedeno's made 14 straight scoreless appearances, covering 11 2/3 innings. That ties the club record for the Rays. He joined them April 28th, and since then he's 3rd in the American League in appearances with 48. He's 28 years old, from Puerto Rico. The Astros got him as a free agent before the 2011 season. There's strike 1. And then Washington claimed him on waivers, and he just kept moving along. Pitched 44 times for the Astros in 2012, and then on that waiver claim went to Washington the next year. Valbuena works a 1-1 count. Kevin Kiermaier is in the game now in center field. It's 2 balls and a strike. Brandon Guyer might have moved to right field. Daniel Nava left the game. Off the end of the bat, here's a run for Beckham. 1 out. Hank Conger now will turn around after going 0 for 2 as a left-handed batter. Conger's hitting 145 right-handed, 2 homers, 7 runs batted in, and 69 at bats. Marisnick is on deck. Last night the Astros came from behind to win for the 32nd time. He takes ball 1.
I think they need to celebrate by getting some good swings now against this bullpen from the Rays.
In for a strike, it's 1-1. We're looking at the appearances for the Rays, as you indicated. They are piling up. 58 for Steve Geltz, 52 for Rod Boxberger. This is 49 for Cedeno. 1-2.
I imagine there's a AAA manager for Tampa Bay that can't even use some of the guys that come circulating back his way.
Quite possible. Sometimes they're sent down because they've been overworked, so then they need to regroup a little bit. Conger swings at it, strikes out. 2 outs.
2016 Astros season tickets are on sale right now. Guarantee your seats for a potential 2015 postseason run by reserving your 2016 tickets today. Visit Astros.com/season tickets, or you can call 1-877-9-ASTROS.
Jake Marisnick is the batter. He bunted his way aboard in the 5th inning. The Astros with 6 hits, the Rays with 5 here in the 7th inning. Altuve on deck, and a strike 1 to Marisnick. The Orioles got a run in the bottom of the 9th inning and beat the Mets 5-4. Zach Britton got that win. No balls, 2 strikes to Marisnick. Henry Urrutia had that home run, his first of the year, in the bottom of the 9th to win it. Second baseman Forsythe moving back on the first base side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cedeno struck out the side Sunday at Texas in the 9th inning. Eight days ago, he got his second career save against Atlanta. Marisnick grounds 1 foul. Still 1-2. It's Boston 6, Cleveland 4. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Bounce to shortstop. Beckham. 1-2-3, 7th inning for Cedeno. 2-1 Rays after 7.
taking a 2-1 lead over the Astros. Hey, be social with Root Sports, and we will thank one lucky fan by giving him a better view of the game on a brand new 40-inch HD television. Just follow us on Twitter at Root Sports SW now through August 31st and look for your chance to win. Visit rootsports.com for official rules. Guys, back up to you.
Thanks, Bart. 2-1 game here. Dallas Keuchel on the mound, ready for the 8th inning to begin with the number 9 hitter, Curt Casali, batting. Casali's 0 for 2. The Rays took the lead with 2 in the 7th inning. Forsythe singled, stole a base, came home on a triple by Beckham, who scored on a lonely sac fly. That's ball 1. The Astros have the top of the order due up in the bottom half. Altuve, Gonzalez, Correa. 2 balls, no strikes. Since 2010, Tampa Bay has gone 19-6 against Houston. That's a single through into right center field. Casali with a hit, and the leadoff spot comes up.
Well, Dallas generally likes to work away. You've got that wide open right side, and candy from a baby right there.
Now Chad Qualls continues to work for Houston. Brendan Guyer led off the game with a double. Then in the 3rd inning he singled. He's 2 for 3. Guyer takes ball 1. Guyer started the game in center field and then shifted over to right when Kiermaier entered. Qualls warming up. Keuchel began the night 2nd in innings pitched in the American League with 171 2/3. It's 2-0 for Dallas. This is the 36th game in a row for him, pitching at least 6 innings. That's the longest active streak in the majors. Pass to diving Correa into left center field. Marisnick over to backhand and get the ball back in with an excellent play. Runners at 1st and 2nd, nobody out on Guyer's 3rd hit. And A.J. Hinch is coming out. Jennings will be the batter. He's going to go to Chad Qualls.
Another one of these balls that Correa comes so close to, and he's made a number of these, but I'm not sure I've seen another shortstop get so close on so many.
Yeah, he does flash the range, flying through the air. Good round of applause, standing O for Dallas Keuchel, who exits with Tampa Bay up 2-1. is presented by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By Jack in the Box. For a limited time, try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack with melted garlic herb butter. And by Brake Check. Every fourth oil change free, even on synthetic. 2-1 Tampa Bay. And the Rays are stirring up trouble for the Astros here in the 8th inning. With runners at first and second, nobody out. Chad Qualls coming in.
Chad Qualls has put up some nice numbers this year. .216 batting average against. On base, just .265. You go to the last 4 weeks against Chad, just a .139 batting average against and .162 on the on base. He has been solid as can be.
The Astros are looking for a bunt from Desmond Jennings, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. That's ball one.
Wow. Get pitchers from day one of spring training trying to make that pitch. And then you can't get the bottom of the knees.
Valbuena's on the grass at first. Lowry's in tight at third as well. In tight for ball two. The catcher Casali is the runner at second. Nate Carnes tonight threw 84 pitches, 53 of them strikes for Tampa Bay, going his 6 innings. Dallas Keuchel had 105 pitches, 65 strikes in his 7 innings. 2 balls, 1 strike with Longoria on deck. Qualls gave up a 2-run homer to Miguel Cabrera Sunday in 1 inning of work. Since he came back from the disabled list July 10th, his ERA is 2.13, 3 earned runs in 12 2/3 innings. He was out with a pinched nerve in his neck. Strike. And now it's 2-2.
Conger set up away the pitch in, and a surprising call on that one.
Struck him out. That's 1 out.
Nice over the top Yakman. Really bending it down nicely. See those pitches 1 and 3 that first pitch right at the knees and no call. So maybe a makeup on that fastball inside.
Longoria will be next. He's grounded into 7 double plays this year. 0 for 3 tonight. Slider works for strike 1. Cardinals beat the Giants 4-3. Former Astro Hunter Pence back on the disabled list for the Giants with a strained oblique. Trevor Rosenthal got his 38th save. Longoria grounds on through off the glove of the shortstop Correa, and the bases are loaded. A single for Longoria.
Don't know if Jed Lowry had any play, but there's a momentary hesitation by Lowry on this ground ball. And maybe he thought could have been just that stumble. May not have been any thought process at all.
Now bases loaded, 1 out. Forsythe the batter. Forsythe is 2 for 3 tonight. He's a University of Arkansas product. That's strike 1. No other second baseman in the majors can match the combination for Forsythe of average homers and runs batted in. In for a strike. 0-2 now.
I would respond by It's looked like it tonight. In the at-bats against Dallas Keuchel, I thought Forsythe was easily the leader for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah. Struck him out. 2 outs now, and Cabrera comes up.
You paint a couple pitches, as you can see that Qualls did, and then you can go off the plate and still get some swings. It's really nice positioning for Forsythe, despite the strikeout.
Now, big confrontation here in a 1-run game. Cabrera's the batter. He's 0 for 3. The bullpen is busy for Tampa Bay. White Sox and Angels just underway. No score, bottom of the 1st inning in Anaheim. Rip foul, strike 1. Alex Colomé is warming up in the bullpen for Tampa Bay. If Qualls gets this out, he'll get a thunderous ovation. Colomé will come in apparently for the bottom of the 8th inning, and it'll be Altuve, Gonzalez, and Correa. Jeff Samardzija is pitching tonight for the White Sox against Jared Weaver. No score after 1 now. The appeal went to 3rd. He checked his swing, according to Clint Fagan. It's 1-1.
What does it require? That bat gets out 2 and maybe beyond the front of the plate.
Foul ball, almost got the on-deck hitter, Beckham. He's backing up a little further from the batter's box. Qualls just turned 37. He's been through a lot of games in pennant races, and this is a key out he's trying to get here to keep the deficit at 1 for Houston. And he got him on strikes. What a job by Qualls with 3 punch-outs. And the last 2 coming with the bases loaded. No runs, 3 hits, 3 left. 2-1 Tampa Bay. Altuve, Gonzalez, Correa due up. Tune for Astros postgame. It's presented by Houston Methodist with Kevin Eschenfelder and Mike Stanton right after the game.
New pitcher on for Tampa Bay. Alex Colomé from the Dominican Republic, 26 years of age. Just in his third year in the major leagues, 8-5 lifetime. This year, 5-4 in his 25th appearance. He's made 13 starts for Tampa Bay. And he's allowed more hits than innings pitched. He's allowed 9 homers in 86 innings. That's just over, or right below 1 per 9 innings.
Well, as you mentioned, he's been starting quite a bit, so he is stretched out, and he went 3 scoreless innings in relief on Sunday at Texas. With a 50-pitch effort, he threw 31 strikes. It's Jose Altuve, 1 for 3, a double in the 3rd inning to lead it off in the home 8th inning. Colorado still leads Washington 1-0 in the 6th.
Colomé doesn't strike out a ton, but he doesn't walk many either, so going to have to put the ball in play.
Gonzalez and Correa to follow Altuve. Longoria's even with the bag at 3rd. That's strike 1. Mid-90s for Colomé. He was signed as a free agent at 07. First came to the big leagues in 2013, but he had a 50-game suspension for a positive steroid test. Altuve reaches for it, 0-2. Matt Neshek warming up for Houston.
Rather filthy slider right there.
Colomé was considered to be a potential starter coming to camp this year. With the injuries to Alex Cobb and Matt Moore. Struck out Altuve, 1 out.
Don't know if that's the pitch that has suddenly come on for Colomé, but over his last 4 weeks, he has been very tough. 189 batting average against, and just not allowing base runners.
Marwin Gonzalez, who's 0 for 3, will be next. Carlos Correa on deck. The Astros have 6 hits to the Rays 8 hits tonight. Strike. Steven Strasburg is pitching well, but on the losing end with Jorge De La Rosa shutting out Washington in the 6th inning. 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike. Marwin Gonzalez rated another start after his terrific game last night, including the game-winning home. And he's one of those guys who really instills the confidence of his manager with the at-bats he's had, in addition to his ability to play various positions. Loney's just about standing on the first base line. It's 1-2. Colomé had just 5 major league appearances last season, 3 as a starter, but pitched well to the tune of 2-0 with a 2.66 ERA. Kansas City 4, Cincinnati 3, bottom of the 4th in Cincinnati. Strikeout number 2 in a row for Colomé.
I said this guy doesn't strike out many, but not the case here as he comes on in the 8th inning. Striking out less than 7 per 9 on the season. Time now for the AT&T Rewind. We go all the way back to the 1st inning. Carlos Correa at the plate. Brownie talked about that line drive home run, number 15 on the season for Correa. Made it 1-0 Houston with Dallas Keuchel on the hill for the Astros tonight. Felt rather comfy early on, but that's all the Astros have been able to muster tonight.
Foul for strike 1 to Correa, who's now 1 for 3 in this game. Jed Lowry's on deck. Neshek has been warming up in the Houston pen. Beckham and Loney to get things going in the 9th inning, with Kiermaier due up third for Tampa Bay. 0-2 to Correa. Struck him out. He struck out the side. We move to the 9th inning. 2-1 Tampa Bay.
Take a look at tomorrow's pitching matchup, brought to you by Chevron. Colin McHugh will take another turn to the mound as he tries to win his 14th, 13-6 coming in, and he'll be opposed by a very tough one as well. Chris Archer, 10-9, an all-star this year, and an ERA under the 3 mark. Tampa Bay is making it tough from the hill here in the series.
Yeah, the Rays brought an ERA against the Astros of 1.80 for the first 5 games into this one tonight, and they've given up 1 run, that coming in the first. So Colin will be the man tomorrow night. Right now the man is Pat Neshek, pitcher number 3 for the Astros. Terrific job by Chad Qualls. Now Neshek in 51 games, 3-3 with a 3.32 ERA. And Beckham takes, there's ball 1 to him. 200 batting average against Pat, who's had a big time year. Last time out Saturday against Detroit, he did not retire a batter, giving up 4 hits and 3 runs and losing the 4-2 game in the 11th. The bunt will be a hit, and Beckham is 2 for 4.
With Lowry not playing in, that was just easy as could be for Beckham. A perfect bunt. And Lowry had no shot at all. You lay it down like that, you're going to have a pretty good shot even with a guy drawn in occasionally.
Yeah. Maybe Skies did well.
Beckham's starting to look like that major leaguer Tampa Bay thought they were drafting a few years back.
He's had a nice series.
More than a few.
James Loney is 0 for 2 with a sac fly. They play him to pull as they have been. Beckham is 3 for 4 in steals. Foul away, strike 1. Wouldn't be all that surprising to see him take off.
No, in fact, I'll be surprised if he doesn't run at some point. Again, a lot is coming back, unfortunately, to Hank Conger and his inability this year to throw runners out.
And then Neshek with his longer delivery gives the base runner a bit more of an edge. Some quick arm action on that one. 1 ball, 1 strike.
We need more of the same.
Neshek, by not getting it out last time out and allowing 3 runs, that was the most runs he allowed since September of 2014 in a game at Arizona. Fouled away 1-2, so he's quite anxious to regroup, and especially with his club down by 1 to put up a 0 here in the 9th inning and give Lowry, Tucker, and Gaddis a chance in the bottom of the 9th. The Rays are warming up a right-hander. Now, their closer is Brad Boxberger, but he's been used an awful lot lately, and he gave up the game-winning homer last night. Well, the way Colomé threw in the 8th inning.
Just going to say, I saw some closer stuff there in the bottom of the 8th.
Bet. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There would have to be a strong temptation to bring him back out for the 9th. That little guy's not going to be brought back out for the 9th.
The closer has dealt with him.
Line drive, Altuve. He will get a double play.
I don't know if this has stood in the way of Tim Beckham through his minor league seasons, but you are constantly reminded, don't get doubled up on a line drive. Make sure it gets through. And sometimes you'll get caught because you're going on a pitch. But that's not the case right here. He breaks on a line drive. He has no idea where Altuve's standing. That's really just a fundamental mistake. Not to mention a nice break for the Astros.
Now Kevin Kiermaier with strike 1. Takes his first at bat of the night. He had a little hang time on that one, didn't he? Kiermaier's a .252 hitter, 5 homers, 27 runs batted in for 381 at bats. That's in for a strike, and it's 0-2. Well, Chad Qualls, 1 inning, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts. Got 2 punch outs with the bases loaded. Fantastic job in the 8th.
Yeah, that 1 hit was a double play grounder that just happened to find a hole.
1-2. So for Dallas Keuchel, 7 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. Another really good start at home, but it could be loss number 7. Lowry, Tucker, and Gaddis will have something to say about that. 2-2 now. Tigers 10, Cubs 5. They're in the top of the 7th at Wrigley. Miggy Cabrera's probably having a big night there in a game like that. Yeah, he's 2 for 4, hitting .351 now. Struck him out, so the relief is really good. But can the Astros find a way to score at least 1 in the bottom of the 9th, trailing 2-1?
Market game live or on demand in True HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. You can do it with MLB.TV Premium. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, widget, and more. Every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for your details.
Brad Boxberger has come out of the bullpen for Tampa Bay. Alex Colomé struck out the side in the 8th inning. Boxberger has been a very good closer this season. Although he's lost 9 games, he's 29 for 32 in save situations with a 3.06 ERA, tied for second in the American League. And last night, he allowed the home run in the 10th inning to Marwin Gonzalez after getting Jose Altuve in the 9th on a warning track fly ball. So now a 1-run lead. Lowry, Tucker, and Gaddis due up. The 6th walk-off loss of the season last night, the most in the majors since '09. But at Tampa Bay, Boxberger saved all 3 of the Rays' wins in their sweep over the Astros by scores of 3-1, 3-0, and 4-3. Lowry has a hit and a walk tonight. There's a liner foul, and that was scorched for strike 1. Last night, the Astros won for the 12th time in their last at bat. Soft fly ball, shallow left field. Jennings coming in. Here's Beckham sliding. That's in for a hit. And Lowry's going to stretch it to a double.
One of the philosophies of Tampa Bay is that they play their outfielders very deep, trying to avoid the extra base hits. And in having them deep right here, they created an extra base hit. And the Astros now have a golden shot to get at least back even in this game.
Jennings and Beckham both unable to make this catch. And Lowry turned it on. That's his 9th double. Preston Tucker, the batter. He's 1 for 3. Evan Gaddis on deck. And the fans are stirred up. That was hit number 7 for Houston. Ball 1 for Boxberger. Brad was an all-star this year. His father Rod was an Astros first-round draft choice in 1978. And Brad was a first-rounder in '09, supplemental pick after the first round by Cincinnati. Little roller goes foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Batting average allowed by Boxberger is .229. Chase one upstairs. It's 1 and 2 to Preston Tucker.
It's a crucial at bat. Obviously, you'd like to have Tucker slam one, but at the least, his job is to make sure that runner's on third base with 1 out.
This one gets by the catcher, and Lowry will take third. Wild pitch by Boxberger.
And you say thank you very much.
Now the infield comes in. Jim Hickey with Boxberger on the mound, hoping he can come up with big pitches with a 2-2 count on Tucker. He struck him out. 1 out. Evan Gattis. 1 for 3.
Just the high cheese blown by.
Casali, the catcher, out to talk with Boxberger. Boxberger's taken the loss 4 times in 12 appearances since the All-Star break.
Well, the assignment here is clear. I'm going to drive something. Played for Frank Robinson many years ago, and he said, don't try to hit a fly ball. Try to hit something hard. I thought it was great advice.
Gattis did that with his line drive single in the 4th inning to center field. Ball 1. Valbuena's on deck. Third base coach Gary Pettis talking with Jed Lowry at third. In for a strike, and it's 1-1.
Changeup. We've seen it over and over tonight. It hasn't mattered much as to who's been on the mound.
Two and 1. In Dallas Keuchel's 6 losses, the Astros have scored 2 runs, 2 runs, 3, 0, 1, and 1. Ground ball hit. That ties it at 2. RBI single for Gattis. And the club's RBI leader gets number 62.
Or you can just go ahead and hit something softly, but make sure you find a hole.
And the infield was in. That created that hole.
Yeah, this is pure thumber. There's that gap. Now can you find a way to push one more across?
Valbuena is 0 for 3. And Conger on deck. Roller out to second base. Forsythe with a toss. Relay to first by Beckham, and that is the double play to end the 9th inning. The Astros tie it and create extra innings for a second straight night. 2-2 through 9. beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. We go to the 10th inning. It's 2-2. 9 hits for the Rays, 8 for the Astros. Tampa Bay 59-60 with a big night from Tim Beckham. Brandon Guyer with 3 hits. The Astros 65-55. Got a solo line drive homer from Carlos Correa. Evan Gattis then singled in the tying run in the 9th inning, but then the double play ball hit into by Valbuena sent the game on to the 10th. That brings in pitcher number 4 of the night for Houston, the closer Luke Gregerson. Gregerson worked 2 innings last night, and A.J. Hinch said he would have to check with him to see about his availability tonight. This was about 4 o'clock this afternoon. Well, he's 23 for 28 in saves. He's 6-2.
And that last little note, 5 straight hitless appearances.
He had not pitched 2 innings in a game, but last night needed only 18 pitches to do that. Now John Jaso is pinch hitting for Casale as we go to the 10th inning. Jaso was the DH and leadoff man last night. There's a strike. Casale was 1 for 3. Kevin Cash wants a left-handed hitter to get this inning started. No balls, 2 strikes. Jaso has 4 hits in his last 5 at-bats with runners in scoring position. Jaso's 1 for 6 with an RBI in this series. Struck him out. Big strikeout night for the Astros relief corps.
Yeah, just coming right after the strike zone, painting well on the outside edge, and then bends one down and in.
Now Grady Sizemore is pinch hitting for Brandon Guyer. Guyer had 3 hits, as you may have seen on that graphic, in 4 at-bats. Sizemore, a .229 hitter, comes up with 6 homers, 13 runs batted in. A strike 1 to Sizemore, who last night was the starting left fielder and drew a couple of walks.
It's hard to get the benefit of some large edges.
It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Tampa Bay is 2-9 in extra inning games. Houston is 6-6. Sizemore rolls over on that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes from the 33-year-old outfielder Sizemore from Seattle, Washington. Last year he played with Boston and Philadelphia. Longtime Cleveland Indian. Had 3 straight All-Star years in 06, 07, and 08 for the Tribe. And then the injuries started to hit. Left elbow surgery in 09, left knee surgery in 2010, continued leg problems after that, microfracture surgery. But he leads the Rays with 4 home runs in the month of August. 2-2 to Sizemore. Now a full count for Gregerson. Now all the left-handed hitters have been used off the bench by the skipper. Kevin Cash has a backup catcher available, but he'll be going in now. Rivera. Bouncer and a little play by Valbuena on a short hop of the backhand side. 2 outs. Desmond Jennings follows. Jennings is 0 for 3 with a walk. Rene Rivera, the catcher, will will be needed because Casale left for a pinch hitter, so that will mean that Kevin Cash will be using all of his bench players in this game. That's ball one.
Pretty good looking spot too.
Well, Jaso can catch, as Phil Woodrow points out.
Yep.
So perhaps he'll go in.
That's his main stock and trade.
Although he's listed as a first baseman, outfielder, DH.
I think he's kind of grown in those directions.
1 ball, 1 strike.
See where that first pitch is? That's a strike. And it continues to be called a ball, but that's a strike. Go figure.
Lowry to Valbuena. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Conger, Marisnik, Altuve due up to try to win it for Houston. It's 2-2. Two ball game. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Changes for Kevin Cash of Tampa Bay as the Astros try to once again tuck one away in extra innings. And Conger will lead it off. Orbit has made his lap around the field. And we have changes with Sizemore staying in to play right field. And Brandon Gomes comes in to do the pitching for the Rays.
Gomes now in his 5th year in the major leagues. This year, 43 appearances out of the bullpen. ERA just under the 4 mark, allowing just under a hit per inning over the course of the season.
Sizemore is the 3rd different right fielder to play tonight for Tampa Bay. Kiermaier remains in center, of course, with Jennings in left. As Gomes comes in 43 appearances, he has a 3.98 ERA. He pitched Monday night, 1 hitless inning, striking out 2 in the Rays' 9-2 win. He worked the 8th and got Lowry, Gomez, and Rasmus. Now he faces Conger, Hank, with 3 punch-outs in 3 at-bats tonight. And that's strike 1. Boxberger in 1 inning allowed 2 hits, 1 run, had no walks and 1 strikeout. Gomes has retired 15 straight batters over his last 6 appearances since August 3rd. To Conger. Prior to that, though, he had allowed 10 earned runs in 7 2/3 innings over his previous 9. He strikes out Conger. That's 14 punch-outs for Rays pitchers.
Little splitting and all right there. Portion of the ball catching the bottom of the strike zone.
Big strikeout night for the Rays pitching staff. Now Colby Rasmus will pinch hit for Jake Marisnick. Marisnick was 1 for 3. Rasmus has a .233 average, 17 homers, 44 runs batted in, and 313 at bats. He has 1 pinch hit homer, 1 for 5 pinch hitting, and a couple of walks. Altuve's on deck. Colby takes, and it's ball 1. Rasmus is 0 for 8 in this series, 0 for his last 10, in fact. His last 4 hits have all been homers. He hit 2 Sunday against Detroit. One and one.
Couple of splitters, one down and one right there.
Gomes is 31 from Fall River, Massachusetts, and Tulane University. The Rays drafted him in 07 in the 17th round. 2 balls and a strike. Will Harris is warming up for Houston. (3-1) to Rasmus. In 14 games in August, he has an .870 OPS. With 2 doubles, 4 homers, and 8 runs batted in. Three balls, 2 strikes to Colby.
Set count where for Colby Rasmus, he was trying to get a fastball to juice, and he gets the splitter instead that just drifts down and away.
White Sox nothing, Angels nothing, bottom of the 3rd in Anaheim. Rasmus strikes out. Rivera throws him out.
Don't know that I would look for anything but the splitter with the assortment being tossed up there here in the 10th inning.
Jose Altuve has sent this crowd home happy. He's had 3 of those big game-ending hits here. Altuve looks at ball 1. Marwin Gonzalez on deck. In for a 1-1 count. Ball out to right field. Sizemore sends the game to the 11th, tied at 2. Milwaukee all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. 2-2 ball game through 10 here at Minute Maid Park, where it's been a real battle all season long between the Astros and the Rays. They have had close games, walk-offs, great pitching, and now both bullpens are stretching it out. Will Harris will be pitcher number 5 for A.J. Hinch tonight. Harris was very good again last night in a 1-2-3 8th inning with a strikeout. Said his arm is holding up just great this year. And he has been a big part of this Houston bullpen with that 5-2 record and a 1.54 ERA.
Just 31 hits allowed in 52 2/3 innings. Great whip, .91.
Evan Longoria will lead it off. Longoria 1 for 4 tonight. Luke Gregerson had a 1-2-3 10th with a strikeout. Ball 1 for Will Harris, who will turn 31 near the end of the month. He was born right here in Houston and went to LSU. Last year he pitched 29 times for Arizona. He had 61 appearances for that club in 2013. And prior to that he was a Colorado Rocky. Fly ball out to right center. Colby Rasmus legging it back to the track right in front of the 373 sign. 1 out. Rasmus illustrates the point of how much flexibility A.J. Hinch has with substituting outfielders. And he still has Carlos Gomez on his bench, yet another center fielder, should he choose to use him. Logan Forsythe has had a couple of hits tonight. He has scored a run as well. Foul ball. Harris said his curveball is a little bit harder this year than it was last year. And that's been a lethal pitch for him. He leads the club in relief innings with 52 2/3.
And there is that hard curveball. That's been a big part of the arsenal that's been so strong this year.
He got the win on Sunday in the 6-5 victory, won by Altuve. Line drive, Correa. That ball was scorched by Forsythe, only to find it be caught by the shortstop for the 2nd out. Forsythe has had some good at bats in this series.
Curveball that might have been under the knees. Let's take a look and see where. Well, won't see it there, but.
It got out to him in a hurry, didn't it?
Self-preservation.
Yeah.
See where this curveball winds up. Yeah, down under the knees. Now, you can't in any way say that, well, the hanger got hit hard. Good hitters can handle some tough pitches on occasions.
You just saw that. Asdrubal Cabrera is 0 for 4. He looks at strike 1. After Dallas Keuchel left with another fine performance, 7 innings, 2 runs. Chad Qualls had a scoreless inning. So did Pat Neshek. So did Luke Gregerson. Now Harris trying to tack on yet another. Fastball is up and it's 1-1. Harris's 1.54 ERA is the 2nd lowest ever by a Houston reliever for a single season. Two balls and a strike. Don McMahon had a 1.53 ERA for the 1962 Colt 45s. In for a strike. 2-2. White Sox are batting at the top of the 4th. 0-0 with the Angels. $26,001 to paid attendance tonight struck him out. 1, 2, 3 in the 11th for Will Harris. Gonzalez, Correa, Lowry due up in the bottom of the 11th. It's tied at 2. Yes, you should be here. You would be having a great time. These fans have really enjoyed the evening. Those in Keuchel's corner got the T-shirts and their beards, and they enjoyed another excellent performance from Dallas. But now this game is tied 2-2. It wears on to the bottom of the 11th inning. They would love to see something big happen here in the home 11th inning and head for home.
Good spot in the order, too, Browning.
Yeah. Brandon Gomes had a 1-2-3 10th with that good off-speed stuff you told us about. Marwin Gonzalez 0 for 4. Carlos Correa is on deck with Jed Lowry due up third in the inning. It's Detroit 13, the Cubs 6 in the bottom of the 8th. Strike to Marwin. Longoria's on the grass at third. Jennings shading toward left center field. 0-2.
You can't try to pull that pitch, and very easy if you're in Marwin's shoes after the game winner last night to be thinking about trying to get another one and yanking it to right.
Two in the 8th. Now they lead the Rockies 3-1 as they bat in the top of the 9th at Coors Field. Oliver Perez is warming up for Houston. Steven Strasburg gave up 2 hits in 7 innings and 1 unearned run. Struck him out. Third strikeout for Gomes.
This one not even close. There must be some tremendous deception on that splitter right now.
Strikeouts for Tampa Bay pitching tonight. Carlos Correa ripped a homer in the first inning. He is 1 for 4 tonight. It's a ball one with Jed Lowry on deck. To Correa. Astros strikeout high in a game this year is 17 at Colorado, June 18th.
Maybe get the speed aboard.
It might be on ball 4 the way they're approaching it. I saw one they hit, but popped it up. Rivera with a catch, 2 outs. And it's Jed Lowry, who has 2 hits and a walk. Tucker's on deck. Kansas City leads 4-3 in the bottom of the 6th at Cincinnati. They must have had a rain delay. Ball 1 to Lowry.
Any part of that baseball touches any part of the strike zone and you've got a strike. Just another very close one.
In for a strike. 1-1.
Yeah, the first pitch is, well, that one does catch some strike zone, so.
Fouled away by Lowry. It's 1-2 to Jet. Jet drove in 50 last year for Oakland. His RBI high was 75 for the A's in 2013. Hit 15 homers that year and had a .290 batting average. It's 2-2. For his career, he's been a .250 left-handed hitter, .283 right-handed. Lowry's down on strikes, ending the 11th inning. It's 2-2. Now, the 2-run scored in the 7th inning for Tampa Bay on a triple by Beckham and a sac fly by Loney. The Astros on a Correa first inning homer, then did not score again until the 9th when Gaddis' single tied it And now you see the bullpen tonight. Qualls, Neshek, Gregerson, and Harris. All throwing the ball very well. Tim Beckham is first man up in the 12th inning. Beckham has an RBI triple and a bunt single in 4 at-bats. Lowry even with the base at third. Strike one for Harris. With Loney on deck and Kiermaier due up third. That one is in tight, and it's 1-1 on Beckham. Rays last year were 77 and 85. They finished 19 games out. It's really quite a challenge for a lower market team to compete in the AL East, as you know. Foul back. 1 and 2. They've been extremely resourceful down through the years with much lower payrolls than the other clubs in the AL East at being competitive. They're battling tonight.
A lot of people gave a lot of that credit to Joe Maddon. Of course, he's moved on to the Cubs now, but what if they still maintain the style of Joe Maddon, traveling in hockey uniforms and all kinds of stuff?
Haven't heard. Ground ball to Lowry at third. Over Valbuena, 1 out. Matt Andriese is throwing in the bullpen. He just returned to the big league club tonight. Now A.J. Hinch is coming out. He's gotten 4 outs from Will Harris and doesn't want to push the envelope anymore after all the appearances have been piling up on this bullpen. So he has the lefty Oliver Perez with Loney, a left-handed hitter, coming up next, and then Kiermaier back in a moment. Clubs, the Astros in first place in the AL West, and the Rays 3 games out in the wild card race when this night started. Now as the night wears on, it's going to be impactful. Let's see what's been happening elsewhere. The Brewers over the Marlins. Pirates beat the D-backs. Phillies knocked off the Blue Jays. Yankees had won earlier, so that's a damaging loss to the Jays. Cardinals winning, and the Royals are in front. Rangers won this afternoon, as did the Athletics. Orioles won a big one from the Mets tonight. And it's 0-0 in the bottom of the 4th. The White Sox and the Angels in Anaheim. 34-year-old Oliver Perez comes in. He's 2-1 in 52 games with a 2.87 ERA. 3 unearned runs allowed in Monday's game. He faces James Loney. Loney puts one in the air near the left field line. There's a long run. That's in for a hit. Back in the corner. And Marwin Gonzalez fires it into second base. It's a double for Loney.
Well, it was that left-handed bat that I'm sure A.J. Hinch brought Perez in for. The left-handers had been struggling. 182 against Perez on the season. Right-handers now hitting over 300 against him. Drop shot down that left field line.
Yeah. He kept it fair for the double, his 10th of the year, and now it's Kiermaier batting, 0 for 1 in this game. Looking at ball 1. Kiermaier struck out in the 9th inning. Pat Neshek was facing him. That one's fouled.
It's now 6 hits allowed by Perez in 2 1/3 innings since donning this uni.
Well, he got overextended a little bit in the 9-2 win by Tampa Bay Monday night. Threw 31 pitches in that game, and the matchups were not all that favorable. Casale had a 2-run single off from a right-handed batter. Got a jam shot there from Kiermaier and took off running, but the ball went the other way. 1-2.
I don't think Kiermaier's real comfortable about having swung at that pitch, that fastball coming up and in as it was.
No, it didn't look very comfortable. Popped up. Conger with the mask tossed away, takes care of that out number 2.
Oliver Perez might want to be a little cautious about making sure he stops. It was a version of just kind of bouncing, and when the umpires decide out of the blue that you need to stop, that's going to cost.
Yeah, at that stretch position there should be a stop.
We don't get to see it there, but
if it's just a bounce, that could be called a ball.
Watch him. See if there's a set down here. Yeah, that's a bounce for me.
Bob Davidson would have called a ball.
Bach and Bob would have been all over that thing.
Rene Rivera is up for the first time. That's strike 1. And this is the favorable matchup for Kevin Cash, getting a right-handed batter to the plate against Perez, who's a lefty specialist. 184 for Rivera for 261 at bats with 5 homers, 25 runs batted in. Rivera looks it over. It's 1-1. Grady Sizemore, another left-handed hitter, is on deck. But Perez need not give in to Rivera. Rivera's out in front. 1-2.
Sweeps that breaking ball in right through the gut.
Crowd is into it tonight. Grounded foul by Rivera. Last year, Rivera had a 44 RBI season with San Diego, pelting 11 homers and 294 at bats. A 228 career hitter. Tampa Bay got him last December in a 3-team 11-player deal. He's been with Seattle and Minnesota as well as the Padres. That one out of play. Still a 1-2 count on Rene Rivera, known as a very good catcher. He throws well. Made 78 starts this year. Astros had Tucker, Gaddis, and Valbuena due up in the bottom of the 12th. And another foul ball. Conger talks it over with Perez. A.J. Hinch still has Chris Carter, Carlos Gomez, and Jason Castro on his bench. And there will be another 1-2 pitch to Rivera.
But this guy hasn't been a successful major league hitter to this point, but he is right-handed, and I think you have to be cautious not to groove one pitch after another when you've got the left-hand hitting Grady Sizemore waiting on deck. True. And that entire bench of the Rays has been used.
Swing and a miss, and he struck him out. That's it for the top of the 12th. Oliver Perez gets a couple of key outs in this game, and it's 2-2. Well, here's a quick scoring summary for you. And this was a good starting pitcher, Carnes, but he was greeted with 2 outs in the first by Correa's home run, his 15th of the year, 1-0 Houston. The Rays came back against Dallas Keuchel in the 7th inning. Tim Beckham with an RBI triple to tie it. James Loney with a sac fly, and it was 2-1 as Loney put it out into right field. And the throw to the plate skipped on by Hank Conger. Difficult play for him. Beckham scoring to make it 2-1. Gaddis with the infield in, and 1 out in the 9th inning with a single up the middle, sending home Lowry to tie it at 2. It has stayed tied at 2 because of the good relief pitching in this game. Now here's pitcher number 6. He just arrived back in the big leagues tonight. Matt Andres from Redlands, California, and it's his 5th tour with the Rays this year. Ash.
Yeah, he's a guy that can pitch as a starter or reliever, so I have a feeling he's the man that's designated to eat up some innings if it comes down to it. Last time pitching in the major leagues, July 7th at Kansas City.
Preston Tucker grounds one up the middle. Could be a tricky play. Forsythe with the play, and that is well done. 1 out.
I don't think many average baseball fans know anything about Forsythe, but he's been impressive here in the series.
Sure has. The Astros have struck out 17 times in this game to tie their 1-game high this season. Evan Gaddis has 2 of their hits. Well, considering how many steps he had to take to get to that ball, and then he's headed directly for third base, he has to turn around and throw. Good play. Ball 1 to Gaddis. Andres has been on that shuttle. He's made 13 appearances for AAA Durham, and he was a starter in 12 of those. His last start involved Andres throwing 91 pitches. That was August 13th, 6 days ago. So he could be the guy who's out there until this game ends. 2 balls, no strikes. Jake McGee is in the bullpen. He pitched last night. Now it runs to 3-0, and presuming the green light here from Mr. Gaddis, he'll be sitting on a pitch. Longoria is very near the third base line. Ooh, foul back.
There's your green light, your big swing.
Yep.
If you're going to swing it like that on the 3-0. Otherwise, should Gaddis reach, makes me wonder if Carlos Gomez might be available for pinch running and maybe even further duties tonight.
Yeah, that wouldn't be at all surprising to see him come into this game. Breaking pitch, now a full count.
That might speak volumes to what this guy's willing to do on the 3-1.
It sure might. Another breaking pitch dribbled over to Andres' right. 2 outs. And he made a nice comeback after falling behind 3-0.
Back-to-back breaking balls after the 3-0.
Valbuena comes up 0 for 4 tonight. Luis bolted out to become the club leader in homers early in the season. His home run pace has dropped off quite a bit. His last long ball came August 7th at Oakland off Sonny Gray. Conger's on deck. Strike to Valbuena, but it is a career high for him in homers with 21.
Say it's time to just keep extending this walk-off streak.
The shot into left field past the diving Longoria. Valbuena takes the turn. He's going to second. Here's the throw and the tag by Forsythe in time. Gunned down by Jennings and left. It's a 7-4 play, a single for Valbuena, but it's out number 3 at second. And we move to the 13th, tied at 2. to be decided. Boy, these bullpens have been sturdy. The Astros got a run in the bottom of the ninth to tie it. Rays have not scored since the seventh inning. Sometime, somewhere tonight, one of these bullpens is going to crack, but it's pretty hard to predict which one at this pace, Ash.
Yeah, I tell you what, the Astros going down at the rate they have, 17 strikeouts on the night, been rather phenomenal. And some of these guys, and Perez might be the guy for the Astros, possibly having to eat some innings.
And that's a little unusual for him, even though he was a starting pitcher much earlier in his career. But for a while now, he's been a lefty specialist. Grady Sizemore leads it off in the 13th inning. Sizemore grounded out in the 10th, his first time up. That's strike one. Desmond Jennings is on deck. Evan Longoria due to bat third. Tigers are pounding on the Cubs 15-7. They're in the middle of the ninth inning now at Wrigley. Valbuena. Can Perez get there? He does not. The call is safe by DJ Rayburn. Perez got a late break on it. And it was a good lead toss from Valbuena. Now A.J. Hinch is coming out. He wants this reviewed.
I'm in agreement with A.J. What I'm not in agreement with, and of course, you've got to cover the bag if you're the pitcher. It's got to be automatic this stage of a career, but clearly he's out at first base. But for Valbuena to break to his right when Altuve is in the position he was in, it's just not knowing where your guys are.
That looks really close from that angle.
For me, the foot of Perez wins that race pretty handily.
There it is.
Not sure what's being lost in the visual translation there.
The crowd here at Minute Maid Park is looking at a freeze frame now and feeling good about this being overturned. Rob Drake, the umpire there.
This overturn should have taken place already.
Call is out. Has been overturned. That's the third one overturned as A.J. Hinch has come out and challenged. Now he'll make a pitching change. We got that out on Sizemore. Perez comes out. It's 2-2. Back in a moment. Will be pitcher number 7 for the Astros, and it is his birthday. Josh is 30 today.
Pitched 3 consecutive games prior to finally getting an off day yesterday, and comes in with some good numbers. And that whip under one, a guy that in the past had some issues with command. So he's keeping the guys off base and pitching extremely well since the All-Star break.
12 straight appearances without allowing a run for Josh Fields. Woody Williams was born on this day in '66. Gary Gaetti, longtime Major League player and currently managing the Sugar Land Skeeters.
It's a big day in recent baseball history.
Jennings, the batter, with strike one. Fields delivers, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
How many years is this for Gaetti managing that team?
2 or 3, maybe 3. He got a multi-year deal a few years ago. Done a really good job. Former Astros hitting coach, who was outstanding in that job as well. That's a swing. And the power arm of Josh Fields runs the count to 1-2 on Jennings. Struck him out. 2 outs.
Jennings has looked a bit overmatched here this evening.
Yeah, he came into this game with a 6-game hitting streak. He struck out 3 times tonight. Evan Longoria is a guy who can win it right here with a homer. There's ball 1 to Longoria.
Pretty hardy bunch out there in the Keuchel's corner.
They're not leaving. They're going to get a complete game tonight. Fouled away, and it's 1-1. Oliver Perez went 1 inning, allowed 1 hit, no runs. He had a strikeout. He threw 15 pitches. In for a strike to Fields, 1-2. Tomorrow night will be the finale of this hard-fought series. Colin McHugh and Chris Archer squaring off. Two balls, 2 strikes to Longoria. And he got him on strikes. 2 big punch outs for Fields, keeping the game tied 2-2 in the 13th. tonight. Mike Fiers just ran out to the Astros pen. He's due to start the Friday night opener of the Dodger series. So the Astros get ready to use Fiers if necessary, but they'd love to win it right here in the bottom of the 13th. Andres on the mound, and here's Hank Conger. Conger is 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. Colby Rasmus is on deck. That's ball 1. I wonder if there's ever been a guy who is 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts and then hits a game-winning homer in extra innings.
Oh, I like your way of thinking.
And tight. 2-0. In the long and storied history of baseball, do you think it's ever been done?
Wow. I'm going to go no.
I have to agree with you. Foul back, and it's 2-1.
Always room for a first, though.
Yeah. Rasmus and then Altuve due to follow Conger here in the bottom of the 13th. Second inning of work for Andres. And he showed a good breaking pitch in his first inning. 3-1 now, and we could probably almost expect that here if he follows the same pattern he used last inning. Just do it. 3-2.
That's why it's bad to guess as a hitter.
Very much so. Fastball upstairs at 93. Struck him out for the 5th time. Last time an Astro had 5 strikeouts in a game, it was J.D. Martinez in May of 2013.
There's no official color of that sombrero as far as I know, but that's a tough night.
18 strikeouts for Astros hitters. That's a high for this season. Colby Rasmus whiffed in the 10th inning in his first at bat of the night. Altuve's on deck as strike 1 comes in.
I think you just start tacking on Buckeyes on your golden job.
Oh yeah, Buckeyes. Jake Marisnick started the game in center field. Colby came in for him. That pitch upstairs evens the count at 1-1.
Is that upstairs really?
Well, assuming that's what Rob Drake called.
I know that's what he called. Question is it upstairs?
It's right at the mast, right?
Any part of the baseball touches that strike zone.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, take advantage.
There is no activity in the Tampa Bay pen. It's Matt Andres. He went to UC Riverside. Tampa Bay got him in a trade in 2013 after he had been drafted by the Padres in the 3rd round in 2011. Up for ball 3.
By the way, Brownie, that's that very deep outfield once again for Tampa Bay that created the double on the pop fly down the left side for Jed Lowry.
That's true.
Got to enroll in that shave club.
Yeah, it's a quick beard on that youngster. Is that a chia beard? That's a 1-out walk.
I throw that quickly. Don't allow any more water on there. That might have been a strike.
Rasmus reaches. Altuve will bat.
Well, let's take our peek. I don't know. One scene. Anyway, yeah, let's go. We got a base runner.
Rasmus has 2 steals in 3 tries. Rivera has been throwing really well. Altuve's the batter. He doubled in the third to take his hitting streak to 6 games. 1 for 5 tonight. Altuve has 3 walk-off hits. And he has a 4th game-winning hit when the Astros were on the road. Strike 1.
Okay, so when it's out of the box.
That one's out of the box. 1-1. White Sox nothing, Angels nothing. Middle of the 6th at the Big A in Anaheim. Jeff Samardzija and Jared Weaver. Andrews throws over. Andrews has started some. In fact, he started some early in the season. Steve Geltz also took an early start in that original rotation for the Rays this year. They've really shuffled the deck quite a bit between starters and relievers. And for a strike.
Well, you don't see Altuve taking pitches that are close to the zone, let alone pitches like that.
No.
Not sure if he's not picking up the baseball. Look what second pitch is that was called a strike.
1-2 now. Two balls, 2 strikes. In 30 of the Rays' first 60 games, they allowed 2 runs or less. It's been 100 years since that happened. Go to first base, Rasmus back in. Colby runs well. If Altuve should happen to hit one in the gap, he could score from first on a double. Kiermaier in center has a big time arm. He makes a lot of flying catches too. Altuve lays off, and now he's worked the count to 3-2, and a decision here for A.J. Hinch about starting the runner.
I think you get to a point in a ball game where you throw caution to the wind, don't you?
Yeah. Well, Altuve has struck out once tonight, but he's a pretty good bet to make contact. Has 47 strikeouts this season.
Kiermaier's going to have to come from 395 feet away to make any play he makes.
Yes, he is. Rasmus takes off. There's a bouncer, and Beckham was going to cover. Here's Rasmus heading for third base. It worked perfectly for the Astros. Beckham was moving to cover second, and the bouncer went behind him. First and third, 1 out on the Altuve single.
Sometimes you simply outthink yourself in the game, and that Tampa Bay infield decided with Altuve at the plate, he would likely hit one on the ground the other way if he put it on the ground, but he rolls over one. And there's nobody there. And what a break for Houston. And now how do the Rays play this? Can't imagine they would consider walking Marwin to face Carlos Correa. So let's just deal with how you play defensively with Marwin Gonzalez at the plate and how you want to pitch him. That could be the only thing they're talking about.
Marwin came up last night, a big night for him. He had 2 hits already, and in the 10th inning, hit the home run off Boxberger. Game winner. First career walk-off homer. 3-2 in the 10th. The Astros beat Detroit Sunday in the bottom of the 9th. So this could be their 3rd walk-off win of the homestand. Infield moves in. Gonzalez tonight is 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. Correa on deck. Ball 1 outside. The Angels just scored. They lead 1-0 in the bottom of the 6th over the White Sox. Carlos Perez hit his 3rd home run of the year. It came off Jeff Samardzija. Game-winning hits in 2 consecutive games. That's rare. Altuve takes off. There's a swing and a foul tip. Altuve into second base.
You know, there's some importance to this advance by Altuve. No double play shot, and it would be a tough double play anyway from this positioning, but a sharply hit ground ball to the infield, if they react properly previously, could have gotten a double play.
Ruled a stolen base for Altuve. His 32nd of the year for the league leader. And time is called. Infielders gather at the mound. The Rays bullpen has absorbed 25 losses this season. Tampa Bay had a 2-1 lead going to the bottom of the 9th inning. Lowry doubled after a strikeout by Tucker. He was at 3rd on a wild pitch, and Gaddis brought him home with the infield in. Line drive foul into Keuchel's corner. 1-2.
Nice approach. Watch Marwin working on hitting a number of balls to left field as a left-hand hitter in batting practice today.
This team is 41-20 in this ballpark this year. The Astros have had some magic in the late innings. Strike 3 call. Marwin very upset at the Rob Drake call. 2 outs.
Well, talk about costly outs. You get pitch after pitch away, and you maybe start diving a tiny bit, and that'll freeze you.
Carlos Correa with first base open in a 2-2 game in the 13th, and 2 outs. Jed Lowry is on deck. Correa hit the line drive homer in the 1st. He's 1 for 5.
Well, I'm amazed if they're actually going to come after Correa.
He fouls it. Strike 1.
Well, it's been a little while since we've seen Carlos take that right field stroke.
Astros have not faced Matt Andriese before tonight.
I don't think Kevin Cash has seen enough of Carlos Correa yet.
Dallas Keuchel started this game, giving up 2 runs in 7 innings. High to Correa, 1-1. Now 2 balls, 1 strike.
A little almost version of James Shields as you see the stretch taken.
A.J. Hinch's club, 65 and 55. The big difference between winning and losing this game, between being 3-3 on this homestand and 4-2. Correa shoots one into right field and he wins it. More walk-off magic from the Astros. This time it comes in the 13th. Back-to-back last at-bat wins for Houston. And going back to Sunday, that's 3 times in the last 4 games the Astros have won in their final at-bat. The drama continues.
There was a pretty wide open right side of the infield on the first swing of that at bat. You could see Correa taking a shot to right. And again, it's been a while, but that was just beautifully done, staying on top of the baseball and going that way.
He homered in the first, he singled in the 13th to drive in 2 of the 3 Houston runs. First career walk-off hit for Carlos Correa, a special player. Another 1-run win, the Astros' 18th of the year. And what a big difference this can make over the long haul, that they continue to come up with game-winning hits from different players.
Watch this approach. No question he's shooting that way. And he is so good when he does that. Of course, he's good almost all the time. But he saw a hole and he took advantage.
4 hours and 4 minutes of baseball, and now they celebrate. They are indeed 4-2 on this homestand. They've won 2 of 3 from Tampa Bay, and they jump around after taking this one in the 13th, 3-2.